This is the voice of the Report of the Week, signing on. Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone listening in to this newest podcast of VORW International, the voice of the Report of the Week. I presume this will be the November edition, November 2022. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're feeling and doing all right. I know that there's no set schedule for this program, and obviously I've said a million times before, and I certainly won't hesitate to reiterate, that I simply do this show whenever I do it, but I do want to mention that I know it's been a while since I've done the last show, although I did do an update program in late September, but either way, one thing that really threw me off personally was the hurricane impact, Hurricane Ian. That just took priority for a while, and then things got a bit busy with the YouTube and even the radio, so I was just tending to all of that. But I have the time to do a show, so here I am now. Going to have a little bit of everything in it. There's a few points I want to raise at the beginning of the program, and then the remainder of the broadcast I will dedicate to taking a look at some listener emails and various pieces of correspondence. First things first, I'd like to immediately begin this broadcast with a message from a few of the sponsors that keep this show going. Tired of poor quality fashions that have to be thrown out after just one season? Eco-Centric has the high-quality, trendy styles you're looking for. Shop their hand-picked vintage clothing and upcycled fashion accessories. Browse the wide selection of vintage and pre-loved clothing that is much better than stores. Love the way you look and feel. It's the eco-friendly choice that makes our world a better place. All eco-centric items are pre-washed and ready to wear as soon as your package arrives. Easy online shopping and fast shipping with great customer service. Visit Eco-Centric and save 15% off your choice of items for a limited time only. Use the following coupon code at checkout. Ecocentric15. That's ECOCENTRIK 15 at checkout. Remember, that's ecocentric.etsy.com, ECOCENTRIK.etsy.com. That's ecocentric with a K, .etsy.com. Creators After Dark is an inspirational podcast featuring new and underrated content creators. The show's storytelling format allows the guest to tell their story with minimal interruption. It's perfect for nighttime listening. After VORW, check out Creators After Dark. And on another note, for those of you tuned in on YouTube, you might have noticed that I feature fan art in this broadcast, as I do in every show that I put on YouTube. So if you are feeling artistically inclined, and you'd like to have a piece of your fan art featured in the next program, so I'll put a piece of fan art as the thumbnail, and I'll showcase various pieces throughout the show likewise. But anyway, if you're feeling artistically inclined and you'd like to have your piece featured on the program, I'm very lenient when it comes down to it. Have fun with it, be creative, that's what it's all about. But all you have to do is send in your piece of fan art to the following email address, VORWINFO@gmail.com. I will, of course, credit you, both in the description and verbally at the beginning of the program. All I ask is when you send the piece of fan art, please let me know how you would like to be credited, be that by name, if you would like for me to credit a social media profile where more of your artwork can be found, if you want me to credit your website, or if you want me to keep you anonymous, just to let me know. I shall certainly oblige and I try to make this just as easy and as smooth as possible. I will just note that if you don't send me any way to credit you, by default, I will keep you anonymous. I always try to abide by the better safe than sorry approach. So again, feel free to send in some fan art, VORW info@gmail.com. Alright, now, to give credit where credit is due, we have 5 pieces of fan art in the show today. The first piece of fan art goes out to Matt the Human. The second piece of fan art goes out to Stephen, who adds, "My idea was to combine you with a look with some resemblance to Liam Gallagher, since Oasis is a favorite band of yours. Your radio show is also where I remember hearing Live Forever in early 2021, such an amazing song to interject. Yeah, it is good. Oasis, they've got a lot of good songs." You continue, "I also wanted to use your look for the one video where you demonstrate how to cut your own hair. I wanted to make like a review bra rock star creation. And finally, I wanted to include a quote of something that you said that inspires me, and heard it when I started listening to you. It's from your Don't Give Up podcast." So thank you, Stephen. Good piece there, very clever, and some good thoughts along with it. Third piece goes out to a listener who goes by the name on Reddit, Centipedes, but it's with a 3. That's CENTIP3DES over on Reddit. Thank you, Centipedes, or maybe Centip3s. Piece 4 goes out to a listener who goes by the name Sumo_creates. That's SUMO_creates, CREATES, on TikTok. And finally, the 5th and final piece goes out to Ryan Burgess. So a huge thank you to everyone out there who sent in some wonderful fan art. Don't hesitate to send in some if you're feeling, like I said, creatively inclined for the next show. VORWINFO@gmail.com. This broadcast is what it is in the end. I don't do this show to try to force anything on anyone. I don't do this show to try to make everyone think like me. I don't try to do this show to try to indoctrinate or brainwash other people. I use this as a free-form platform and outlet just to share whatever is on my mind. And if I happen to be talking to an audience in the many thousands, that's great. If I'm just talking to myself, that is totally fine as well. But it's just a place for me to get my thoughts out and talk about whatever I want to talk about. But in the end, it's your choice whether or not, you want to agree with anything I have to say or not. I'll admit right now, some of the views that I express in this program will be considered very pessimistic. Some of them may be a bit unorthodox. Some may wind up being generally disagreeable in today's environment. I wanted to establish that point because, as I said, I'm not one of those people where I expect everyone to just sit here nodding their heads saying yes to everything that I possibly say. I am not one of those people, so it's important, of course, that you exercise critical thinking, and, like I said, think for yourself, come to your own conclusions. That's my advice. Either way, even if the way I see it anyway, I'm very easygoing, quite frankly. Way I see it, you could be diametrically opposed to anything I say on this program. You're still welcome here. Still give everyone a chance. So what I'm trying to say, this is just a place where I can sit here and talk to the microphone for a few hours about anything I want to talk about, but I kind of give that preface that just understand going in, you might not agree with everything, you might. I have no idea. The point of the show, kind of funny, is that there really isn't a point. It's just a place for me to sit here and talk, and that's about it. I don't do this show for money or for attention. I just do it when I do it. For no real reason. I just kind of sit here and, like I said, I spew out stuff for 5 hours, and then I edit it together, and then I put it out, and that's all that there really is to it. So I'm not trying to get anything out of doing this. I just do it because I want to do it. So it may not be the most coherent point, but I wanted to get that out right at the beginning as well, because for some weird reason, a lot of people these days expect the whole world to just go in line with everything that they believe and see everything the same way, and then obviously when that doesn't happen, they get quite upset. So I'm just kind of stating what I feel is the obvious anyway, but anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. Next up, I want to get into a little bit of a segment. You've probably heard about this on the news, especially over in Europe, and even here in the US and in North America. Certainly an impact likewise. And that's the cost of energy. Sometimes you'll hear the phrase being used, energy crisis, etc. Well, that is having some impacts on radio, and some of those impacts are going to directly face this very broadcast of mine. So I want to get into a segment right now where I want to talk about a few changes that are on the horizon for my own show because of some of these energy problems. Let's get into that next. This is VORW. So at the moment, my tiredness is increasing. Granted, those of you who are regular listeners know I record this program in segments, so it's to be expected that this program, I'll get to the microphone when I do, and my energy level is what it is. Nonetheless, this is one of those times where I wanted to have... I just had the thoughts in my head. I felt like I need to articulate them now, despite how I feel, because otherwise everything just seems right in my head right now. And I feel like this is when I can get them out in the most concise manner. And likewise, maybe my tiredness will essentially cause me to get these thoughts out a little more directly, who knows. So, 2 important updates with this program of mine. Neither of these updates are good, but the way I see it, it's better to just tell it as it is than beat around the bush and pretend that there aren't going to be problems. I like addressing things. So, both of these issues concern the exact same thing, and that is energy, the price of energy at this point, and the accessibility of energy. Now, regardless of your thoughts on the situation, regardless of whether you think that these energy problems we're seeing around the world, whether you think that it's something just as direct as being a major repercussion from the conflict in Ukraine, or whether you think that it's a situation that was intentionally manipulated by Russia, or intentionally manipulated by the United States, whether you think that it's a product of the ineptitude of various world leaders, whether you think that it's an organized effort by the powers that be for the sake of global control, etc., I think it's understood by us all that there are certainly some energy issues, and especially in some areas, the price of energy has definitely gone up. Costs have increased. If you're over in Europe, you probably see it firsthand. You probably see it reflected. And obviously you see all the talk in the news about the possibility for blackouts going forward. And whether or not those blackouts actually happen, it just speaks volumes about the state of things. That's what it's even coming to. When it comes down to radio, obviously you need the transmitter, and we need electricity to keep the transmitter running. And when it's high power stations we're talking about, then you need a lot of electricity. So when the costs go up for electricity, that's going to have a fallout. And then it depends on the station. How is their budget? Can they maintain despite increasing costs? I'll tell it to you straight up. Shortwave radio is not a money-making medium. Stations do not broadcast on shortwave to try to turn a profit. And any commercial efforts on shortwave always result in failure. That's not to say that there aren't shows out there that have sponsors or advertisers, or that people don't get donations if they ask for them over the airwaves. It's just that you're not going to be raking in huge amounts of money. It would be considered a massive success if you break even. And some stations have tried to be fully commercial driven, and they fail. And the reason is twofold. Number one, with shortwave, there's no audience research. There are no statistics. There are no metrics. So it's kind of hard to get advertisers if you can't show them exactly how big the audience size is. But secondly, a lot of people that listen, I should say, to shortwave radio still are individuals either in extremely rural areas that odds are living a simple life off the grid, or you have individuals tuning in from places that might be ravaged by war, natural disaster, poverty, etc. And they obviously haven't much money either. It's like, I guarantee there are shortwave listeners down in Haiti, for instance. They aren't going to have the ability to make major donations, if at all, at a moment's notice. So I think you understand that. Well, anyway, the first piece of news. There's an AM radio station in Utah that I've had my show on since mid-2020. I got an email from them the other week. The station owner was very straightforward. He said, the price of electricity has gotten unsustainably high. And I was never really able to make a profit with this station to begin with, but the rising costs, unfortunately, have driven us out of business. And to try to make ends meet, I am putting this station up for sale immediately. As a result, the party's over. And he said, it's been great working with you. I'll try to refund you if you paid for anything in advance. But that's sadly it. It's over. So that came all of a sudden, very, very quick. It happened just like that. And sadly, They were a good AM station. They covered pretty much the whole state of Utah. But sadly, the price of energy got them in the end. And there are going to be many more stations that meet the same fate, probably over the next year. So it's sad to see, but I lost an affiliate that this program has been carried on again for about 2 years. And that's over. So that's a casualty in that regard that's directly impacted this show. Listeners in Utah, if they still want to listen on the radio, can pick up the broadcast on the shortwave, but no longer on the AM. So the broadcasts on 5:40 AM in Utah are gone. So that's an unfortunate development, but the second piece of news is the most important. If you've listened to this program for most of this year, you know that I've promoted the broadcast to Europe and to Ukraine and Russia and the Middle East, Asia, etc. on 9670 kilohertz. Now that's a good station. It's transmitted out of Moosbrunn, Austria, with 100,000 watts of power. And this is a professional-grade station. It's not an amateur station. It's not a hobby radio station. It's the real deal. And this is a station that's used by broadcasters, very serious broadcasters like the BBC World Service, like NHK Radio Japan, Radio Austria International, the VOA, Adventist World Radio. And I mention that because I want to emphasize that this is a professional high-power setup, and they do not cut corners at that station. And because most of the clients of theirs are major international broadcasters with very deep pockets, their airtime rate is more expensive. But you know, there is a lot of truth. Granted, it's not true in 100% of cases, but there's certainly a lot of truth to the phrase, you get what you pay for. And this is a perfect example of that. The airtime rate for that station is the highest I pay for any broadcast. But the results, consistently, are so exemplary that it's worth it. That it gets out to such a broad area, to such a large audience, all over the world, and a very receptive audience, I might add, that it makes every penny spent to purchase the airtime on that station 100% worth it. And this, I'll say right now, it is my full intention to remain on this station for as long as I possibly can. Because it's a good station, it's a good transmitter, and it reaches a huge part of the world where shortwave radio is still relevant and listened to by many listeners. For instance, not only does the signal reach Europe, but it also reaches all of Russia, it reaches Ukraine, it reaches the entire Middle East. So that means that listeners in places like Syria, Iraq, Iran can listen in with a strong signal. It reaches all the Central Asian countries, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, etc. It reaches Afghanistan. It reaches Western China, where there's still a lot of listenership. It reaches Mongolia. You know, that broadcast reaches North Korea. And the interesting thing about that, which I know it might sound a bit silly, but I am 100% convinced that there are listeners that tune into my show in North Korea. I'm willing to bet 100%, and I'll tell you why. Because in North Korea, radio is extremely censored over there. And while there are tons of radio listeners in North Korea, it's still a popular medium over there. What the government does is they sell radio sets that are pre-tuned to certain frequencies that the state radio broadcasts on. So people can't just scan around and, let's say pick up a broadcast from the VOA. They could only listen to a few channels because the radio is fixed tuned to certain frequencies. You can't change the station. But here's the interesting thing, and I didn't know this until about a month ago. The frequency that I use for that broadcast is the exact same frequency as one of those state broadcasts in North Korea. And what they usually do is they have a couple transmitters, but not all channels are occupied on a 24/7 basis. So you'll have some frequencies that have their state broadcasts in the mornings, then the channel will open up, and then there will be other frequencies that have their broadcasts during the evening, etc. And when my show airs, the frequency that it goes out on is that of one of their state broadcasts, and it's during a time when that channel is clear, when their transmitter is not on the air. So what I'm trying to say is that people in North Korea could listen to my broadcast with no interference because their station isn't on that frequency at that time. And all the radios in North Korea are fixed tuned to a number of frequencies, the one that I am on being one of them. So I guarantee 100%, it might be a captive audience, but I bet 100% that there are people in North Korea that listen. Because it's just, it makes total sense. Maybe not a ton, but they're out there, I'm certain. And also I'll get some emails from listeners in Africa, too, which is fantastic. So I'm determined to keep this going. I don't want to screw up like I did in 2017 and take a broadcast that was on a really good transmitter, or frequency I should say, targeting an area where there's still a mass audience, and then just give it up. So my goal is to remain on that station no matter what. You could understand where this is going. The station is in Europe that I use. They're being impacted by the energy situation. They don't cut corners, so they told me that around New Year they are going to be increasing my rate. They said it depends on the situation as to how much it's going to be. Could be anywhere from, let's say, 30% increase, all the way into the hundreds. So, I don't know what the exact figures are going to be, but I would reasonably assume that they're going to be high. And my most expensive broadcast is going to get even more so. So, in anticipation, I've been doing a little bit of fundraising to create a financial buffer to anticipate that change, and that way I can navigate through it as best I can. Because as I said, if I can keep that broadcast, I will. And once that airtime rate becomes clear, I'm going to be transparent and I'm going to let you know exactly what it is and how much it went up. Right now the price of airtime for 1 hour on that frequency is around $130 or so dollars per hour. But I consider it money well spent. But we could be looking at the price going up anywhere between $200 an hour to $500 an hour. And odds are at this point, if it exceeds $250, I am left with no other choice than to cancel, because it gets to a point where it's just not practical. So I'll keep you all in the know, but if you do want to support that airing, help with the fundraising effort, any support is welcome via Patreon, patreon.com/TheReportOfTheWeek, or via PayPal, VORWINFO@gmail.com. But thank you for your understanding. If you want to help, you know how, and it's my intention to keep that broadcast on the air. And that was a little segment that I recorded a while back, but it completely holds true, and as of early November, I still don't have those updated figures. I don't really know what's going on. I reached out to them the other day, and they did tell me that it's going to change by New Year. But I'm not sure if they themselves don't know how much the prices are going to go up on their end, or what. But we will see. Certainly, though, I am expecting a big increase, and we're just going to see what happens. It might get to a point, like I think I mentioned, if the airtime rate goes up too much, I might not be able to do it as a weekly show for listeners to Europe anymore, but the first thing I might do if the price starts getting unrealistically high is I might cut it back to just one show every 2 weeks, so, it'd be every other week I would do a broadcast to Europe, and if it keeps going up, then it might just be like a monthly thing. That would still probably be doable, even if it's just on a monthly basis, but my intention fully is to remain on the airwaves over there, but it's within reason, and I think that makes sense. I think you understand it, and I hope I explained that clearly enough. I want to keep it going, but again, it's within reason. And it gets to that point where you just have to say, it's not reasonable anymore. But we will see how high that rate increase goes. I will say, though, this is just my observation, the writing on the wall that I am seeing. Assuming this situation doesn't change, 2023, I think, is going to be a bad year for radio, at least over in Europe. I don't see any other way. As a matter of fact, there's already announcements being sent out about a number of stations that are closing because they just can't pay the electric bills anymore. RTL, Radio Luxembourg on the long wave, 234 kilohertz, they will be leaving the airwaves around New Year. They were a station that very prolific over the years, and I would listen to them a few times a week for a while. They had some good music programs, but anyway, they're going away because they can't keep the transmitter on air anymore. It's just too expensive, it's when they're paying for hundreds and hundreds of kilowatts, you could only do so much when the prices keep going up and up. Same thing over in Ireland. There's some talk anyway that is RTE. Are they going to go off the air? Maybe they will. They've proposed that for years, and then they push it back, and then they push it back again. Will these increasing costs do them in? Let's see. A lot of talk about more additional closures for stations in the UK. That could happen as well. One of the big shortwave transmitting sites in France. They lost a bunch of clients, probably because the costs keep going up. So are they going to be able to stay afloat? I don't know. Probably not if the situation keeps going this way. The station in Austria that sent me the heads up about increasing the costs, some word did come out that at New Year they are going to be decommissioning one of their transmitters. Now that doesn't impact me in any way because they have about 5 transmitters at their station, but they are going to be getting rid of one or two of those and shutting them down. Again, probably to save costs, because the electricity costs just can't operate as they used to. And I have a feeling that this is just going to be the beginning, and the situation is very quickly, if not already, reaching critical mass, and then the floodgates are just going to really open, and probably everything's going to start shutting down as 2023 progresses. It's not a good prediction. It's a bad feeling, but the writing to me is on the wall, clear as day. So, especially if you're over in Europe and you're a radio listener, may as well start enjoying the final days of it, because that's what it's looking like. Alright, now, for the remainder of the broadcast, I got all the points that I wanted to discuss. I got it all out of the way. So, for the rest of the show, I want to open up the email and I want to read and respond to some listener correspondence. Now, this is the mailbag show. The name is very straightforward. I open up the metaphorical mailbag, I see what emails come in, I read them, and I try to respond to them on air to the best of my ability. So it's really straightforward. Of course, it's a listener interactive program, so it won't work unless someone out there does write in. But the way I try to formulate this is that it's a blank slate, it's free form, there's no set topic, there's nothing that you have to do this, you have to format it that way, you have to talk about this, that, or the other thing, etc. Way I see it, is there something that you want to write in? Is there a question that you have, a topic suggestion that you have? Is there something that you would like to share? Do you have any thoughts, feedback, a point that you'd like to raise? Did you see something interesting you want to tell the world about? Whatever it may be. Use the email as a blank slate, go for it, and then all you have to do is send in that piece of correspondence to the following email address, VORWINFO@gmail.com. Of course, due to the volume of things, I cannot guarantee that I'll be able to read your email in the next program, but I'll put it to you this way. If you don't send it in, you're not even throwing your hat into the ring to give it a chance. So, you could keep your email as long or short as you'd like. Again, VORWINFO@gmail.com. If the idea sounds interesting, but you're still not totally sure on what to do, maybe give this segment a listen for a bit. You'll get a better understanding of the sorts of things that come in, and then just go from there. Now with that, sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the show. This is VORW International. Let's check the time. It's around 11 a.m., and for me, that's nearing my bedtime. But I thought, as my day is winding down, I was still driven and motivated to get to the microphone a little bit, so I thought, as my day is winding down, let's start up the mailbag segment. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I don't know how long I'll be at the microphone, but obviously we just kind of edit it all together in the end, right? And no one could even tell the difference unless I outline one segment to the next explicitly, so it doesn't really matter, but just gonna go for it. Sometimes that's how it is, you know, I feel that drive to get to the microphone, and usually I take advantage of that. I say, alright, I've got the motivation and the energy, so let's go for it. On one note, this is one of those things that I should just mention at the beginning of the show. Perhaps for the sake of redundancy I will, and then in that case I could just edit this out, right? That's one of the good things about not doing this live, I can kind of do that, is I just mentioned this because the last time I was doing something with the microphone, there was a little bit of an issue with it where the audio was a little crackly, and that's no good. So if that issue is happening here, I won't know until the microphone is off. But if that's the case, I apologize. I think I figured out what the cause of the issue is, and now it has to do with a cable that connects the microphone to the computer, and it's an issue with that cable, so I have to get another cable, and the problem is that you'd think for a damned cable, right, isn't that an easy fix, but these places, you know the way it goes, they want you to get the whole package deal, so when this cable in and of itself perhaps just costs, $2 probably, they want you to have to spend $50 on a whole set, and you have to buy this and this along with the cable, all this stuff that I don't need. I just want the cable, but this is how they play the game, right? And this is how they do it. They all do it. It's not anything specific to this microphone company. Anyway, so that out of the way, one thing that I want to mention is that, and I would hope as you listen to this, but obviously if you're a new listener, it's worth saying that I do this show as I do it. So, I know that kind of sounds silly, that might sound like a self-explanatory kind of thing. Sometimes people will tune in to this program, I guess, with certain expectations. And then, when their own expectations aren't met, it'll get taken out on me, which it's just how people are. I understand that. But in the end to that, I just have to say I do the show as I do the show. And if it isn't to your expectations or to your liking, no one is forcing you to listen to this except for yourself. So, if you're willfully and willingly then putting yourself through this, when you feel as you do, I don't know what else to tell you. That's on you, and you're doing that to yourself. Now, obviously, if someone is holding you against your will and forcing you to listen to this, then that's obviously, there's nothing you can do about that, and that is a much more serious problem that I hope would be dealt with in the most serious way possible. But, I mean, I understand that there are some people who, if they don't like something and something, it's like a train wreck, right? I understand that desire that some people have to keep revisiting something, and I get that. But it's like if something is utterly intolerable to someone, but then they keep listening, I think I don't know what else to tell you. One important lesson that I learned a few years ago, and it's one of those things that as a concept, it's easy to understand, and of course we've all heard this, and to a degree we all understand it, but the implementation thereof isn't necessarily as easy as perhaps the understanding is. And that's the concept, you can't please everyone. And that's just a life lesson that we all have to accept. But it's especially important if you're in something that gets out to a mass audience, like this show or what I do on YouTube, right? When you're reaching so many people, it is really impossible within any realistic way or any realistic manner to please every single person out there. And that was something that was difficult for me to implement, I suppose, that sort of mindset. Because by nature, I feel like if there's just this part of me that feels like if I'm not, let's say, pleasing someone, then I'm obviously letting them down, right? So that could drive, when you have that part of you, then automatically that'll drive you crazy, because you'll have one person that'll say this, so then if you go out of your way and you try to appease that individual, then someone else is going to take objection to that. And then they're going to be upset that you changed this to appease someone else, so now you pleased one person only to upset another. And like I said, you will go absolutely insane if you actually try to please everyone. And that's something that I've worked on a bit. Like I said, it bothered me more years ago. At this point in time, I've just kind of accepted that again, you can't please everyone. So certain things just don't bother me as much as they used to. And it doesn't mean that I don't care. If anything, it's just about the importance, in my opinion, of staying true to yourself. And the way I see it, I figure, again, like I said earlier, if someone doesn't like it, then no one's forcing them to listen, so that's on them if they choose to. In something as simple as that, listening to a radio show, that time is a finite thing. Spend it doing something else. Obviously, if you are here, though, and you enjoy the program, welcome aboard. Get settled in. We're going to have a good fan mail segment coming up. One thing, just to mention, though, that some people... Not a lot, but I just always like to explain sometimes why I do the things that I do. I think I like clarifying that sometimes, makes everything easier. The tone of these programs is whatever it is. I don't intentionally go into these trying to be negative, etc., but I will say this right off the bat. So this is just something for any new listeners. Please understand that my outlook on the world, society, and all of that at large is negative and pessimistic. So just brace yourself for that, should anything of that nature be brought up, and it's of no guarantee that it will be, but just understand that you're going to hear that, and I can't help it. That's just the way that I see things. And I want to keep that stuff away from the main channel. It's just, I want the main YouTube channel, the Report of the Week, just to be a place for reviews and perhaps other random videos, should I have the desire to do them. And I want to keep my societal and geopolitical musings separate from that. So that's what this show is for. This is then the place where, if I want to go on long-winded, pessimistic diatribes, well, this will be my place to do them. So, now that you know what you're in for, and all of that, not that it's a guarantee, it's just, if you're one of those people that only wants to hear good stuff, this is your out. I'm not even saying that this is going to be one of those shows. I don't even know what I'm going to be reading. I haven't even opened up the email to see the feedback that's come in. But you've been warned, just in case. And consider this a warning for any previous shows as well. So this covers everything, right? We've got all the bases covered. In reality, none of this stuff even matters. Sometimes it's a waste of time to even do that, because you're always going to have people out there that you could put up a million prefaces and warning signs and all of that stuff, and there's always going to be someone that's going to ignore it and will somehow still be blindsided. Although, I guess the legal fine print, right? That's the one thing that's always there to kind of take those sorts of folks into account. But anyway, no fine print here. Let's open up the email. And let's see what we have. Alright, let's go over to this page in the email. And we have 31 emails for the show so far. The last broadcast has only been out for a week, so there will be more, I'm sure, that I think are are suitable for air, but right now I've got 31 right here. So let's get to it. Let's start anywhere. And well, let's just start here. William is checking in. Good evening. I hope this letter finds you well. I felt compelled to write in because I love listening to your show, and you frequently remind me of a late friend of mine. His name was Jacob. You look and sound almost identical to him. He also carried the same belief system as you do. He passed away in 2019, and still the pain hasn't subsided, but listening to your show relieves my tension, and I just want to thank you for that. I'll always be a supporter of you and your show. Keep up the very good work, sir. Thank you, William, for your email and your kind words, and I would like to offer my condolences for your friend Jacob. I'm sorry. I know that loss, it's something that we all go through in life, obviously. As we understand, death is a part of life. But losing the people that are near and dear to us isn't an easy thing. And one thing, and this is my belief anyway, I don't think that there is any sort of set process as to how loss affects each person. Sometimes, as you'll see, perpetrated in mass media, like movies or literature, etc., it's portrayed that, oh, if you experience loss, then it's going to go this way, and after this amount of time, you're going to feel that way, and then there's going to be closure, and everything's going to get better. Maybe that's the case for some people, and maybe that's the case even just for some cases, but I just don't, I don't buy that that's how it is every single time, that it follows the same exact formula. I think it's different from one circumstance to the next. And if it hits you really hard, me personally, I don't care what some film has to say about it, or what some sort of so-called psychology website has to say about it. I think that's a natural thing. I think it just will hit you as it does, and I wish more folks understood that it doesn't necessarily fit this cookie-cutter thing each time. Now, I understand. I suffered a loss about 5 years ago at this point, and 5 years, some people think, oh, that's the so-called closure happens by now. It hasn't. And has that so-called, has that, I suppose you'd say, like, very raw type of pain from immediate loss, has that subsided a bit? Yeah. But has it kind of been replaced? Has one pain been replaced by another? Yes. And that might just be there for the rest of my life. I don't know. I don't expect it to go away. And I don't abide by the attitude either that, alright, the person's gone, it's just water under the bridge now, move on from it. I think if someone else wants to move on, that's their prerogative. So I understand that it's a, it plays out as it does, and that expectation that it gets easier, gets better automatically. It's like they make you think, 30 days have passed, so now it's going to get better from there. That's such a lie. But I wish more people understood that, and it's just different. There are going to be folks who, they just handle certain things as they do. Even if it's someone very near and dear to them, they can just get over it quickly. It's different person to person, so there's going to be cases where it is and cases where it isn't. But, William, again, I'm sorry for your loss, and I appreciate your support. 2 questions coming in from Fabrizio, who says, hope you're doing well. 2 questions. Question 1, why do you no longer do reviews in the car? The answer is really quite simple. I don't do them in the car anymore just because I don't like doing them in the car anymore. So that's just, there's no sort of long, complicated answer. I just don't do them in the car merely because, like I said, it's just something that I don't enjoy doing at this point. Not saying that there will never not be another car review, but certainly that's not necessarily where I'd want to be, but it is what it is. That's just not where I prefer to be. Not only is it a little bit of a pain to try to get the right spot and the right angle and try to get everything framed properly. I mean, in the end, that just is what it is, and the lighting, yeah, I don't have the professional lighting either, so I can't set the stuff up in the car and make sure that's all ideal, so that's taking a chance as well. But, all of that is tolerable. That's stuff that I can deal with that. That's not the end of the world. The thing that really disincentivizes me is the people. Now, you have to understand that I am extremely introverted, and I don't just mean by saying that, like, you'll get people who just kind of use the term freely, and they're like, oh, I'm so introverted, and meanwhile, they're going to, like, 4 parties a week or something. I don't mean it that way. I mean, it would be to the point of being reclusive. But, I'm in a situation where I'm able to be reclusive. It's a choice I actively make, and I prefer being essentially removed from society as much as I can be. I'm happier that way, so I'll certainly do whatever I can to ensure that remains the case. So very seldom do I go out, and that again is purely by choice. It's an active choice that I make. So I especially don't like having to set up and start doing the thing in my car, and you get these people walking by and driving by that sit there gawking at me, because mind you, when you see the car reviews, it's only from the angle of me, right? From only the camera on the dashboard facing me. So you can't see what I'm seeing, right? Because there's the camera in front of me, and then obviously there's the windshield and everything in front of that. So you're not seeing the people walking by and just stopping and just staring at me while I'm doing this. How would you like it if people are there? Well, some people would like it. That's not a good question to ask. But if you don't like that sort of attention from others to that extent, and it makes me uncomfortable, then that's a big turn-off. Or you'll get people who actually, they'll be driving by, and they'll actually stop their car I've seen this more than once, and you wouldn't believe it, but there have been people who have stopped their car in the middle of the road just to look at me doing this. And, I mean, I want to shake my head, but I just try to think, just do the video, get it over with, get this done as soon as you can so you can get out of here. And it got to the point where I just thought, I don't really want to do that anymore. I don't enjoy it. If the videos got more views in the car, so be it. I'll take that loss. I'm happy with, the metaphorical crumbs that get thrown my way from doing them indoors, and I will take that. If it obviously got to a point where all I could do, and it was like, look, if it was life or death, then forget it, I'll review in the car. But when I'm in that position to be able to make that choice, I just won't go with the car reviews anymore, and that's why. I understand that people are how they are, and I don't expect the world to change. It's impossible. So the only solution is to remove myself from that situation, because that's the only thing you could do. So that's my solution to that predicament that I was facing there. Secondly, you write, have you ever thought about ordering custom-made suits? No, I haven't. I would wager that you probably mean bespoke suits, right? Or is it bespoke? Well, you know what I mean. The fact that I can't even pronounce it properly tells you everything you need to know about that question. Now, I just get the suits as I do, and that's how I like them. I wear only the older style suits just because of the way I like the way they look, and I like the fit. And a custom-made suit would just be, I think, overpriced, and it just wouldn't be for anything. You also have to understand that when I wear these suits, this is another answer that probably sounds a bit ridiculous, but I guess if you get it, you get it. I dress the way that I do not to try to, quote, look good, unquote, but it's because it's the only thing I feel comfortable wearing, and I personally feel uncomfortable and indecent wearing anything else. So that's why I wear a 3-piece suit every day. It's the only thing I feel comfortable wearing. And that's why I dress the way that I dress. It's what I'm comfortable wearing. It's the only thing I'm comfortable wearing physically and mentally. It's not to try to wear them because, I want to look good. I do it for the ladies, none of that. And that, in and of itself, pretty much goes directly against a lot of, whatever you want to call it, the menswear community, which is why I don't even think about that stuff, because a lot of that stuff, it's about trying to look, as defined by society, look, quote, good, unquote. So it's all about, the jacket length has to be this, and the lapel width has to be that, and you've got to have this collar with this face shape, and this tie knot with this collar, and this tie with that, and you can't wear that vest with this, and you can't wear a white suit after this, and you can only wear this type of material in this season, and you can't wear this coat that... And it's like, give me a break. Now, if someone wants to follow that, all that sort of stuff, that's for you to do. But I just don't wear suits for that reason. Like I said, I essentially wear these suits as a second skin. I don't treat them as I'm gonna look good. I just say this is what I'm comfortable wearing. So when I'm not wearing suits for any other reason than the fact that I feel indecent without them, and I don't feel like myself, and I feel unhappy without them, then certain things make a lot more sense, because I'm not concerned with any sorts of, so-called fashion rules, or what modern fashion considers to look good or not. I just don't care one single bit. So that's also why I fully embrace, to the levels that I do, the traditional styles that I wear, because that's just what I'm comfortable with. it's essentially the antithesis of everything that kind of is considered to look good in a suit. Right, because think of it this way. Let's go over to Brooks Brothers, and it's kind of like a running joke for me, because their suits, I like to look at them because they're a famous, menswear company. And they used to be really something, but their suits, just for me personally, have been so disappointing, and they've been disappointing for probably the last decade at this point. It's like a running joke. I always check the newest suits they release, and they never fail to let me down. Because I'll compare them to, alright, is this something that I would wear? Right? I just hold it to me, and I look at them, and every single suit that they have is a strong, it's not just a no, it's a hell no. So, never fails to make me laugh. And looking at their website right now, it's more of the same. Exactly more of the same. But some of these suits, people could wear, and by modern standards, they'll be looking good in them. And many people would, if they compared a suit I was wearing to one of these suits, the Brooks Brothers suit would be considered far superior, it would look better, more fashionable, etc. So that's not what I go for. I just wear what I wear with total disregard for any modern fashion. But it's like, alright, let's look at this. For the price of about $500, which actually isn't too bad. As far as Brooks Brothers goes, it's not a bad price, and it's because not as many people are wearing suits anymore, so they have to lower the price to even make any sales. Regent Fit, lamb's wool, double-breasted, herringbone suit jacket, and then they've got the trousers as well. So the suit jacket is $500, and the pants are $250, so that'd be about $750 for the suit, which again isn't too bad. Years ago, it used to be a Brooks Brothers suit would be about $1,000 minimum, maybe more. Maybe it'd be about $1,100-1,200. So they've gotten cheaper, all right. I'll put the picture of the suit that I'm analyzing here up so it'll make it easier for you to look at. Alright, so it's like this suit. Some people will see it and they won't see any problem with it. And by modern standards, there really isn't anything wrong with it. It's a modern, double-breasted suit. And you gotta remember that the guy wearing this, is a male model, so some people forget that, but generally speaking, if by modern standards someone wanted to wear that, they'd think, oh yeah, it's looking snazzy, it's a nice, well-fitted suit, etc. When I look at that suit, I think to myself, you couldn't pay me to wear that, because I guess I'll start with double-breasted suits first. You have to understand that the way I like my suits is extremely traditional, and it's, like I said, the antithesis of everything that modern suits are. And it's just the way I like them, that's all that I could say. So we'll start from the top down. My double-breasted suits are always in the 6x1 configuration, so right off the bat, the button stance is just a bit off for my liking. And again, a 6x1 double-breasted suit, those haven't been popular for probably 30 years now. So, that right there, people would instantly call all my suits outdated, which is fine. That doesn't bother me any. Anyway, so with that configuration, then the lapels would be lower, and they would also be wider. So the lapels would be wider, the jacket would be completely unstructured, so it wouldn't taper in the torso there. People would consider the jacket to be boxy and very drapey, but like I said, that's how I want it. I want the suit jacket to be unstructured, with plenty of fabric, drapey, loose, and so that I have a formless silhouette. Likewise, the arms of the suit jacket would be slightly wider, though not too wide. Alright, then as we go down, the jacket length would be much longer. The worst thing about this suit, to me, why I wouldn't wear it, are the pants and the jacket length. And this just, again, goes to how I am and my extremely conservative view of dressing. Just for me, mind you. I just say, look, this is what I'm going to wear and how I'm going to be, but I don't set the standard on anyone else but myself. So it's like, the worst thing about this for me is the jacket length. There is no possible way I could leave the house wearing pants like that and a suit jacket that short. There is no way. There's no possible way. Even if the pants... No, there's no way. The jacket length would have to be much lower, much longer, I should say, than what that suit is. It would have to go at least down to where his fingertips are, and honestly, and this would be, it's a faux pas, but this is just how I wear them, slightly longer than that, because I would not feel comfortable in any circumstance wearing a jacket any shorter than that. No way. Has to be a long jacket, and no exceptions. The pants are another thing. I just don't wear the slim fit clothing at all. The pants that I always wear are wide leg. They're always drapey, and they always are pleated as well. So, like I said, that's how I wear my suits. That I want them to be drapey, I want them to result in a formless silhouette, I want to have a longer jacket, and that's just the way that I wear them. And then, in addition to all of that, even if it doesn't come with the suit, I always include a vest as well, so that way, if I unbutton the suit jacket, then my torso, because the feeling of just having the dress shirt being exposed with my torso as the jacket is unbuttoned, it feels like it's just too open. So then I put a vest on as well, and make every suit at this point a three-piece suit, so that way I could have the jacket unbuttoned, and then I have a vest. So it's not just the shirt that's now open to, the world, for the world to see, but now there's a vest there. And I know these sorts of standards are, I'm sure, insanely... It's unheard of in this day and age, but I can't help it. It's just, this is how I dress. And don't expect anyone else to, but it's the only thing that makes sense to me, for me, I suppose. And it's like, if I'm not wearing a suit, then what I do these days is I'll have the dress shirt, pants, and a vest. I always wear a vest these days. And then if I'm going out anywhere, I will, instead of, let's say, a suit jacket, I'll put on a long coat so then everything is covered up. And I have a variety of coats. I have these two black, I'd call them like house coats, where they're these long black coats, but they're pretty lightweight, but they are knee length, at least, longer than knee. They kind of go at least like down, not halfway down the calves, but close to it. So I'll wear those long black, like house coat type things. They button up and very, again, drapey. Nothing is form-fitting that I wear. So I'll wear those. If it's rainy, of course, I'll substitute that with, I have a tan double-breasted trench coat. And I also have a tan single-breasted raincoat. Both of those, again, long, knee length. I have a black overcoat, if it's cold. That again also is long, knee length. And then I have a frock coat with the, that's black, it's double-breasted, and it has the, I guess it's, I don't know if it's silk these days, but those lapels which have a little bit of shine to them. And the frock coat is one of the most formal coats imaginable, so much so that it was even considered almost excessively formal by the 1930s, which doesn't really make sense because I'd call it an elegant coat, but it's not like, I'm just surprised that it's not worn these days, because it's just a nice coat. There's not too much to it. It's just a really pretty double-breasted coat. Still totally wearable. It looks good. It doesn't look like a costume piece. But sometimes I'll just wear frock coats, even just, for me, casually, so I'll just wear them. If I have to go to a store or something, I might wear a frock coat to that, or I'll wear one even just lounging around the house or kind of sitting at my desk. It's a layer of clothing, and I like the way it looks, so I'll wear it. But that's just how I dress. The second suit, to be honest, pretty much everything that applies for a double-breasted suit pretty much applies with a single-breasted suit. Same thing with the jacket length and all of that, wide lapels, etc. So nothing really changes except that it would be single-breasted. But I got a laugh out of this picture because to me, this guy looks like he should be like a henchman or something in some, for some villain or something. I'd expect this guy any minute to just be pulling a gun out of his suit jacket there and start trying to put down the hero or something. I don't know. Just to me, the guy has that. I don't know. That's just how I see it. I can't see it any other way. It's not really the suit. I think it's the black turtleneck he's wearing with it that does it. Seals the deal. Alright, Fabrizio, thanks for writing in. Good questions. Yishan in Sri Lanka. Been watching the videos and listening to the podcast for a while. My question is, since your YouTube channel, The Report of the Week, has grown immensely in popularity and you get a good amount of views and subscribers for your videos, why don't you do any sponsorships? You could make a good amount of money through sponsorships, which could help you fund the radio show as well. So basically, my question is, why don't you do sponsorships? Regards, Yeshan. So thank you for your question. I think it's a good question. Nice to hear from a listener over in Sri Lanka, by the way. If it's not too much to ask, how is everything over in Sri Lanka? Because I know I've heard in the news anyway about the turmoil ongoing there, but obviously you're on the ground and, you see things day to day. But anyway, no matter what, I hope everything's all right on your end. So that's a good question that you ask. Certainly a reasonable question. You might see the YouTube channel and you might think, yeah, the amount of views that you get, why don't you do sponsorships? Because each video these days seems to be getting a baseline of around 200 to 250,000 views at a minimum, with some getting, between 500,000 and a million views. Right, so then you think, all right, with those sorts of views, yeah, shouldn't you be able to do some sponsorships, etc.? So I'll explain a few things, and I actually made a video about this back in 2020, and I'll give you the title of it, and I would advise you to check it out, because it's much more in-depth than the answer that I could give you here. It's much more articulate, and again, I recommend you watch it because it will thoroughly answer your question. It's called Coming Clean About Sponsorships and Offers I Receive, and it's about 18 minutes long, so I give a detailed answer to your question. But in short, the reason why I don't do sponsorships, it's really twofold. Number one, it just doesn't feel right to me when the whole point of this channel is to do reviews and to try to the best of my ability give a fair and unbiased assessment of what it is I am going to be reviewing. And when you're sponsored to do something, obviously you're being paid by and large to give a certain assessment. So it just doesn't feel right to try to do that, and it like I said, it's just, I just like doing reviews without any sort of influence, be that any sort of sponsorship or any sort of corporate bribe or offer. I don't want them to make an item special just for me. I just want to review the product and hopefully give an honest and accurate assessment. And that way, if something is just disgusting slop, you can see it firsthand for what it really is. And I want to try to provide an accurate experience as to what the average consumer would get. So that's the first thing, that it just rubs me the wrong way. Another reason is I think a lot of viewers come to expect that as well. So the reactions that all of a sudden doing a sponsored review would probably not be positive, at least overwhelmingly. I think a lot of people would understand, but there would definitely be a lot of negative reactions, and it might be damaging to the channel long term, and that would be another problem. A third and final thing is actually in regards to the quality of the sponsorships that get sent to me. I'm not going to name any names here, so I'll just say, by and large, the types of offers that I get. Sometimes you'll hear about these people on YouTube that will say, oh, I got a sponsorship for this ad and the other thing, and they paid me $5,000 for this video. Or you'll have people who will say, yeah, I got paid $25,000 for this video. Like, they're talking pretty good money here. You know, the types of offers that I get, I think to myself, what planet are these people living on? Am I in another reality or something, that they're just getting these massive figures thrown at them, or are they just lying? I don't know. Because the offers that I will get are things like this. A company will say, even a major company, they'll say, if you do this video and you give our product a good review, and the video goes out to, let's say, 250,000 consumers, and you tell them all to buy our product, we're going to let you review the item in the video, a $5 sandwich, for free. So that's the incentive. There's no... In most of the offers I get, there's no financial incentive. It's they say that as it should be incentive enough, you can just review the $5, chicken sandwich or something free of charge. So that's going to be the payoff for telling everyone to go buy your item, even if it's total trash. That's your reward for it. And usually it's stuff like that. They say, even though such an outstandingly positive assessment may bring us thousands and thousands of dollars in sales, we'll let you have our $5 item for free. So that's the payoff. We're getting all this, and you can get your $5 item. So those are most of the things that get sent my way. And that's the way that it goes. Or if there is a financial incentive, usually I would be just better off not even accepting it and just doing a review with the regular ads on it, because that would normally amount to more than anything they would be offering. So I don't get those major amounts ever thrown my way to begin with. So it's just, even if it were purely financially motivated, the offers that come my way, despite the viewership, despite the channel, are, I guess as far as sponsorship offers go, absolute bottom of the barrel stuff. So that's what it comes down to. I mean, obviously, if things got really difficult and I wound up in a point where I desperately needed, let's say, the money or something, then obviously if I had to take a sponsorship, I'd have to just bite the bullet, hope people understand, and, just deal with it afterward. But at this point, those are just my reasons as to why I don't. And I elaborate and go into that much further in that video, so I hope you could check that out, because it's really a good, comprehensive answer to your question, and I think that would be really the perfect thing for you there. It'd give you a good perspective of everything. I cite a few examples in the video, so I hope you could check that out when you have the time. So let's get on to the next email in our list. And how about we go with this one next? Exquisite burger video request. It's called the Chili Cheese Tops Burger, by the way. If the burger is not available in your country, you can make it yourself by ordering a regular hamburger and 3 chili cheese tops. Then apply the chili cheese tops on top of the patty. Best regards. So thanks for your request. I don't say this to try to be snarky or anything, but I don't know what establishment this is in reference to. There was no mention of that, but well, let's see. I've never heard of this before, and I don't know where it's from. So let's try and figure this out. It's a McDonald's burger, but it looks as though it's only available in Denmark. So I'm sorry to let you know, but That burger is not available in the United States, nor are any of these chili cheese tops. I guess that's available in the McDonald's in Denmark, so I unfortunately don't think that it would be reasonable to be able to even construct that with the resources from McDonald's, but thank you though. Let's continue the food thing. We've got Jonathan writing in about the Papa Bowls. These are great for low-carb eaters or those practicing keto diets. Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I indeed am. So, and I knew that going in. That's why I kept saying, in terms of health reasons, but I just can't change my opinion on those Papa Bowls and say that they're not disgusting. I'll go a step further, actually. I'm going to say that they're not only disgusting, but I think that they're honestly, because you gotta realize how I see all this stuff, that I think that you have some of the powers that be, and they could just be rich CEOs or whatever, that they want to, I think they enjoy degrading people as well. So, when I look at that and I see this slop in a bowl, and it smells vile, it looks vile, and I imagine it's something like you would see a bunch of hogs on the farm eating, I think that's the intention. I think the CEOs and all those people are probably laughing. They're saying these people are actually, they laugh at the people who sit there and say that stuff is good. And I think it's a big joke to them, quite frankly. When you open your eyes and you see this stuff, how can you not see it as a joke? There are plenty of options out there for people pursuing low carb and, this diet and that diet, etc., that aren't like that. That, at the very least, even from a concept, it could be in a bowl, but it actually looks appetizing. It actually looks like edible food, and it would smell like edible food, and obviously taste like edible food. And in that case, and it would be a normal meal that one could hopefully consume with dignity, and there's nothing wrong with that, even if it's for people on this diet or that diet, or with this restriction, etc. This, on the other hand, it's really like a humiliation. And part of me thinks that that's how it was made on purpose. That they laugh at when they see people eating that. It's a big joke to them. It's hard for me not to see it that way, because everything suggests that to be the case. So that's why when I see this trash, and I think this is disgusting, it's degrading, and there's nothing good to say about it, then I'm not going to say anything good about it. And I don't really care how Papa John's or any of these places react. In the end, yeah, it's just a fast food meal, I get that, but I'm just going to... my goal on the channel is to try to share my honest thoughts, and I'm not going to sit here and say everything's good and I like everything. If something's really bad, I'm not going to hide that anymore. Yeah, there was the time in 2020 when Taco Bell tried to censor one of my videos, and there was a time a few years earlier when Disney tried to censor one of my videos. So I tried to be a little bit more on my toes, and I tried to be honest but not direct in the titles or something. But now I just don't care anymore. I don't care. It's like if they wanted to censor it, then I'm still gonna do my thing. Because when you see this sort of stuff, I can't just sit there and try to hide a grimace and try to hide my disgust and sit there through a forced smile and say how good it is if I think it's bad and disgusting. Mind you, these are merely my thoughts, but I'm certainly going to express them. So I understand about the diets and all of that, and I took that into account, and it's still disgusting. That's all that I could really say. It's not trying to be Not trying to be obstinate, but it's merely my opinion that I stand by completely. Next email comes in from WH, who writes, "Either you know who I am, or you don't. Point blank, I'm tired of crying over someone who ignores me constantly. First, the Buzzcut Seasons video. Yeah, I saw the over that looks a lot like Long Beach, Washington, and Puget Sound beach over there. Then all those things... What... I shouldn't even read this. This person legitimately thinks that I'm... This person thinks that I'm Lord. Alright. Well, I neither know you, nor am I Lord, and... It's, the fact that I guess there's actually people out there that seriously think I am, that's, that's rather humorous. So I guess that was me over there on the beach in the Puget Sound, because obviously you all know how much I love Washington State and how I'm always over there, so... Oh yeah, that was definitely me. A request from Philip. Just wanted to request you review the new 7-Eleven Cold Brew Nitro Coffee drink. Apparently, it only costs $1.50. Seems like a pretty good deal. Best regards from Philip. Thanks, Philip. 7-Eleven drink review suggestion. Thank you again for writing in. Have an email coming in from Lubomir, who says, "The attached fan art was generated by me with the help of the fascinating AI Stable Diffusion by editing and morphing images until it got somewhat close with the facial features. It's really fun, you may enjoy trying it. The image depicts a collection of vintage monochrome photographs of you broadcasting on professional radio equipment. Sorry for the messed up fingers. I'm not experienced enough to be able to fix them yet." So thank you for that fan art. And along with it, you mentioned, "I'd love to hear your opinions on the current state of artificial intelligence. If you find this topic interesting, an AI-generated painting won first place in an art exhibition recently, and it started some interesting conversations. I found it amusing. Best regards from Lubomir." So thank you for writing in and for your question there. Yeah, it is interesting, these AI art programs. You do hear a lot about them lately. And well, it's one of these situations, and I feel this way a lot. I have my personal opinion, but it's never going to actually play out the way I wish it could. So, here's what I mean by that. I think that those AI art programs are interesting. It's an evolution that makes sense, and I think most of us saw it coming when you've seen, even over the last few years, the progression that you've seen with various, imaging programs and sites and, like I said, applications that can generate various images. So it only makes sense that the natural evolution in that case would then be you can enter a prompt of sorts and it would try to generate an image that bears, a resemblance to said prompt. And it's not perfect. There's always going to be issues still. But it's pretty amusing, and it's interesting. and really with a relative lack of effort, what it's able to generate. So, from that perspective, I find the technology interesting, and it's certainly, like I said, it's an interesting time killer. You can just kill some time with it and pass some time, etc. But I have my concerns, and people just can't forget, but they will. Or the people that people will remember, but too many will forget, or they just won't care, and it won't really matter in the end. But I wish, this is where I mention that what I kind of think it's not going to matter, that people need to understand that most technology has benefits and drawbacks. And AI technology and its embrace can certainly be viewed as entertainment and certainly have its positives. But people can't forget that there could be negatives involved as well. Maybe not today, maybe today. If you're an artist, I don't know how I would feel about an AI program winning first place. I'd say that would be like being spit on, essentially, and I would say it wouldn't be a good feeling. It would be very demoralizing if you ask me. Maybe make that a separate category, but I certainly wouldn't be too happy with that. So already it could have some drawbacks, but just be aware this stuff is a Pandora's box. And probably one day it's going to come around to bite everyone. Some things seem innocent at first. They seem fun and harmless, but what is it going to progress into? The way I see it, the people running the show, the way it all is, I can't see it. It's just, I think I see problems on the horizon, and it's not going to matter. It's already, the course is set. So, best I could tell you then is have fun and don't do anything stupid, because it's going to play out as it does no matter what any of us do. But just remember that. There's always a flip side of the coin. Sometimes it's not noticeable, I should say, right away. But it doesn't mean it isn't there. So, I'm wary. I'm not the biggest proponent of a lot of that technology, admittedly. I think it's going to be that way no matter what, but it's, I just see the problems, I guess. And it bugs me, but I know also that it doesn't matter how I feel, because it's just going to play out how it does, regardless of that. So, yeah, it rubs me the wrong way. It could be amusing, but I couldn't say that I'm necessarily comfortable with it. But it's just going to happen whether I'm comfortable with it or not. I'm just very skeptical of a lot of things, I suppose. And I see reasons as to why I should feel that way. But I don't know. I just shrug it, The outcome is going to be a certain way no matter what. Interesting question. Another food request. Bill writes in, saw a commercial for the new BK Royal Crispy Chicken Sandwich. You might want to check it out. Thanks, Bill, for your request there. Alright, got an email coming in from Frank, and to interject, the views are my own, that I'll respond with to his question, which should be expected, but they're my views and opinions. Sometimes I feel like I gotta say that very directly to folks. So Frank writes, good afternoon. How are you? I hope this finds you well. Wanted to discuss a topic you spoke of in your most recent podcast regarding the prison system in America and how a number of inmates attempting to achieve parole were not reformed. I have a degree in forensic psychology, and I'm in Australia, and the prison system in America has always fascinated me. What are your thoughts on the recidivism rate in America, which is 77%? Seems to be one of the few countries where private, for-profit prisons exist. Almost all other countries have government-run prisons. I think the for-profit nature of prisons in America engenders an environment of low rates of rehabilitation. Surely, cost-cutting measures create and perpetuate a system which couldn't possibly make inmates succeed in society. Just some thoughts I had. Good to hear some discussion on this sort of thing. Love the episode. So thanks, Frank. Frank in Australia, I believe. Thanks for writing in. Yeah, so the thing that always bothers me with prisons is the for-profit nature. I personally disagree with... I don't think that prisons should be a money-making scheme for private companies. Now, I don't see a problem with, let's say, private companies supplying certain things for prison, right? Let's say, not all the stuff there necessarily has to be made by the state, but I think that they should be managed solely by the state government, and then obviously the federal government for the federal prisons. But I do think that they should be government-run, be that on the local level, the state level, and the federal level, because I don't see a place for those companies owning prisons. That's always rubbed me the wrong way. I've always felt like this is a view that probably pleases no one, but I don't care, that prisons, they need to be a tough place, in my opinion, when you're factoring in, the nature of the offenses, that it can't be... It cannot, in my opinion, be a place that someone would want to go to willingly. So it can't be like a glorified hotel that you can live in on, the taxpayer's expense. And, just go rob the local corner store and terrorize the owner, and then it's like you're going on a glorified vacation. It can't be that way. But at the same time, prisons should always be, in my opinion, run by the government. I think it's their responsibility, so it needs to be that way. That's how I see it. But it's something that would need to be figured out. So if, let's say, a transition would take place, it would just be you would transfer, the ownership of the private prisons to the government, not close them down or any of that. That would not solve anything, but just transfer the facilities and keep them all running and everything. But, it would just be under different leadership, and then things would obviously change in that regard. I think if you did away with that, the recidivism rate would decrease somewhat, but it would still be high. And I think some of that just goes down to how people are. So I think that the recidivism rate would decline somewhat with those changes, but I think it would still be high. I think it would drop maybe from, let's say, 77% to 60%. But that would still be 6 out of every 10 people winding back up there again. And I just think that might be the best that you get. Because then a lot of it might come from society at large and just how things are. There's only so much you could do at a certain level, and otherwise it's other problems that would have to be addressed and fixed, and they never will be. As a matter of fact, it'll probably just get worse. So even that could only fix so much. It was like, speaking of recidivism, I was actually watching one of those hearings the other day, and the individual before the board he'd served 20 years of a 70-year sentence. And this guy was already 50-something years old. So he was sentenced in, let's say, 2002, and was going to be released in 2072. And it was for, like serious aggravated crimes, violent crimes, etc. So the length of his sentence, I think, was totally justifiable. So he'd been there 20 years and was up for parole. And the folks on the board are looking at his conduct throughout those years, because you want to look at the prisoner's record and see, are they a model inmate? Are they doing all the programs? Are they avoiding trouble, etc.? Because if they're not, then, they might be a danger to society, if released, obviously. And this guy, in the last 10 years of the 20 years he's served so far, he got 70 write-ups in prison, and, it was all sorts of things. Probably 40 of those 70 were for fighting, but then it was all sorts of other stuff. Doing drugs in prison, smuggling contraband into the prison. There was sexual stuff that was there too. 70 offenses in the last 10 years. And the best part is that he shows up to the parole hearing, and he's in handcuffs and ankle restraints and everything, because earlier that day he got in another fight. So he wasn't even eligible to even get the parole at that point, because he just got another write-up, but they wanted to talk to him anyway. And they told him, there's no way you're getting out, and you're 55 years old at this point. You're still acting this way. If you keep that up, you're gonna die in prison, because you wouldn't get out normally until 2072. You're 55 right now. So you just get some people that I think are just, it's like it's in their nature to do this. If that guy were released, I guarantee probably by the end of the day, but probably within a week, he'd be arrested again. There's just some folks who, it's just in their nature. They're just bad people, and they will not stay out of trouble. And that's a good example of it. This guy clearly, they said, you knew this was coming up, and you just keep doing this. They tried their best, to try to give him like a slap of reality and say, look at where your life is, look at what you've been doing. But I just don't think it clicked in his mind. He was saying, yeah, I know if I were on the board, he was just saying, I know that you're going to deny me, and it is what it is. But he wasn't really, he was saying what was kind of sensible in that regard, but I don't think he was understanding the impact that his actions were having on other people. Not only what he did in the first place, but all the problems he's caused while he was in prison. So, you get folks like that that with that track record, if he were released, he'd find his way back in there. And that's the harsh reality of the situation. Not a good reality, but that's where it stands. Thank you again for your question. Thought it was very interesting. Toby writes, Do you have any thoughts on the current Amtrak situation? I know you have talked about Amtrak at length in the past. I'm curious to hear if you think Amtrak will be successful in the future. I know Japan uses trains successfully to this day, but in the United States it may not be the best means of transportation due to land mass. Then again, I am from Iowa, and we don't typically use the train, so I may be ignorant. The only time I heard people riding Amtrak is to go from Osceola, Iowa to Chicago, probably used more frequently out east. Have a good day. Thanks, Toby. Toby checking in with an Amtrak question. Now, if there's a specific situation that you're referencing, I'm not aware of it, and I just mentioned that just in case this isn't the answer that you're looking for. If you're talking about the general sustainability of Amtrak, I don't know. I think in some parts of the country, Amtrak definitely does better than others, that's for sure. For instance, I think Amtrak it performs best in the Northeast. I'm pretty sure of that. There's lots of trains there. You have the Northeast Regional trains, and you also have the Acela Express. And both of those lines, I would imagine, would continue for a while, well into the future. I don't really see any issue with that. But some of the long-distance trains, I'm not so sure about. Amtrak definitely has its problems. It's not perfect by any means. There's certainly things about it that I take issue with. But in the end, it's the best we've got. So we have to accept that it's just the best that we have at this point in time. So it's not perfect, but it's something, and, you could say, well, something's better than nothing, right? So that's where things kind of stand there. I myself, have I contributed to the problem in a way? Perhaps I have. Because I haven't rode an Amtrak train in 5 years at this point. And quite frankly, the reason why I haven't rode an Amtrak train is because, alright, at this point in time I'm in a situation where I could take one of the trains, let's say if I needed to go north, and I could take one of the long-distance Amtrak trains. I think the ones going up the east coast from Florida, I think you have the Silver Star and the Silver Meteor, I think. Maybe they got rid of one of them. But either way, you take one of those, and I would be able to get one of the sleeper cars and stuff, so I'd have my privacy, and I'd have a place to sleep, and I'd be able to get meals, which probably aren't as good as they used to be, so I would be all situated in that regard. And in Florida, the Amtrak stations are pretty nice. They're not hectic. I would describe them as being safe, etc. Problem I have, the reason why I haven't taken the Amtrak is because once I get to New York, it drops me off in Penn Station. And everything has just gotten... I can't even find the words to properly describe it since COVID. It's just... it's declined precipitously. And there's just so many factors at play here I just don't even want to deal with. I don't even want to start to deal with that. I say forget it. I could have the best train ride in the world, but once I get to the destination, it's not worth it, and it's not worth it by a long shot. So, forget that. I'd rather just have to deal with flying and the TSA and all of everything that goes with that. And I'd rather just deal with it, get it over with, than have to deal with what would even be a nice train ride, but having to deal with everything after I get to my destination, so forget it. That's why I haven't in 5 years. Now, if I were going to a destination elsewhere, I might not have that problem, but I really don't travel much, so that's where things stand. But that's just my circumstance. That's all that I could really say in that regard. So thank you for your question. We hear from a listener who goes by the name Boga Boy, who says, "Long-time viewer, I finally got around to reading the book Devolution per your recommendation, and I adored it. Did a good job grounding and justifying the story with science in order to keep up the suspension of disbelief. Thank you for putting it on my radar. Did you know that Legendary Pictures bought the film rights? I'm hopeful they can pull it off. I'd love to see Judy Greer star in it. I was wondering if you've seen the movie Harry and the Hendersons. It was one of my favorites growing up and my introduction to Bigfoot. So drastically different from the take in Devolution, and I'm planning on going back for a rewatch and hoping it holds up. The practical effects were genius for its time, although they do look a bit cheesy today. It's fun all around, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Thanks for your time, from Boga Boy." So thank you for your thoughts, and I'm glad you liked the book. You know, some people, they either like it or they hate it. I enjoyed it. I just thought that Max Brooks, that is, had an interesting take on it, and I just thought it was just, I liked the, I don't want to give any spoilers or any of that, but, you know, these are just basic details that I've shared in the past. I like that it kind of pokes a little bit at, like, some of those, you know, I call them the big tech West Coast elite types, and how woefully unprepared they would be if something serious actually happened. You know, it's just the point that it raises, and I'm sure you see it too, is you have all of these modern conveniences and everything, but maybe we're a bit too reliant on them. And I like that point. And then, of course, you throw in Bigfoot into the mix, and it's great. So I'm glad you liked it. I liked it too. If they actually decide to do a film adaptation, hopefully they do the story justice, and hopefully it'll be quite interesting. You know, I've actually never seen in full Harry and the Hendersons. Of course, I've heard of it, and I've seen bits and pieces of it, but not the entire thing. But again, it's something I'm well aware of, and obviously it paints a much different picture of things, like you said. It makes them out to be much more benevolent, you could say. So that was interesting. Yeah, you know, I've been thinking about I think that if they exist, you know, they're in small populations, and I think the numbers are declining. I'd assume at some point they'll probably go extinct if they're out there. And I bet a lot of sightings are misidentification, but there might be some pockets, you know, in the right areas that maybe it's the real deal. I don't know. There's some accounts that really make you stop and think. So it's interesting stuff. Personally, I would say I'll tell you something interesting that I was researching the other day. That there were some reports at Mount St. Helens. And we know that Mount St. Helens exploded, you know, in a violent volcanic eruption, I think in the early 80s, wasn't it? I think that was 1980. Let me look. Just want to get the dates right. And obviously it was a destructive eruption. Yeah, it was 1980. killed about 57 people. And it wreaked havoc on the ecosystem. There is the widespread distribution of ash. And the wildlife that died with Mount St. Helens numbered definitely into the thousands. Tens of thousands of small creatures, but even, I think it was like 7,000 creatures that would be defined as large game. Bears, deer, etc. Now, we also know that Mount St. Helens is located in Washington State, pretty rural area, and even though, the Pacific Northwest is where the hotbed of activity is, it's not the only part of the country where you get that. You have the forested areas of Oregon, Northern California, right, Washington State. There were parts of rural East Texas get sightings too. The Ozarks, parts of Appalachia, and parts of Florida. And here are two interesting things, right? So number one, near Mount St. Helens, you have Ape Canyon. And obviously, you can, one could easily discount all this stuff as just, BS or whatever. It's whatever view you want to have on it. I really don't care, but it's not going to stop me from just sharing some stuff that I read, since it's germane to what we're discussing. So, near Mount St. Helens is an area called Ape Canyon, and I think you could tell where I'm getting with this. Why would an area in Washington State be called Ape Canyon? Obviously because it had a history of Sasquatch activity. And it goes back to the 1920s, where this is, where the name came from. Again, you could write it all off if you want, but this is just, we're just going to go with it. So if you don't like it, you're just going to have to deal with it, essentially. Because I'm just going to go all out here. Why not? I've been on a Sasquatch kick lately, so I'm just going to go for it. Because back in the 1920s, you had a group of, I think they were prospectors, that built a secluded cabin in that area. And they began encountering these creatures, at first just through fleeting glimpses, but one night, these creatures attacked their cabin. There were a group of them, and were throwing rocks and various projectiles at the cabin, etc. The prospectors responded by trying to shoot outside the windows to try to repel the threat, etc. But given that this was in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night, and they were essentially outnumbered by creatures far bigger than them, and far more adept at their surroundings than these guys were, they were forced at really the break of dawn to pack up and get out of there. And they just hauled it out of there and were gone. And one could posit, well, that's because, these creatures existed there long before these guys ever were there, so they were encroaching on their land, and clearly the Sasquatch didn't like that, so they responded in a very hostile manner. So that's the very abridged story of the Ape Canyon attack. And you could read a whole lot more about this, make up your mind about it, etc. There's so many more details that I'm essentially leaving out, but these are the basics here. So that's the first thing. Then the second thing is, in the early 1950s, there were some news reports about the disappearance of a skier. in that area as well. Now, you could come up with all sorts of theories about this and what actually happened, but what some folks suggest, and I'll give you, I'll admit this, it's creepy to think about. That's all that you could really say. It's creepy to think about. Where you had this guy who was an experienced skier. And here's what it reads, right? This is just, you're kind of putting the pieces together. So one conclusion that you could reach, well, you'll hear it soon. Like I said, I just think it's creepy. Here's what it reads. The guy's name was Jim Carter, and it says, Carter's, I'll quote, Carter's complete disappearance is an unsolved mystery to this day, declared Bob Lee, a well-known Portland mountaineer. Dr. Otto Trott, Lee Stark, and I finally came to the conclusion that the apes got him, he said seriously. On the way down the mountain, Carter left the other climbers at a landmark called Dog's Head at the 8,000-foot level. He told them he would ski around to the left and take a picture of the group as they skied down the timber line. So, interjecting, this guy was an experienced skier, so he was going to go down the mountain and go well ahead of them, set up, and then take a picture of the group as they're coming down. So he'd be, down there, get the photos of them. That was the last anyone saw of him. So he went down to get the picture, never returned. The next morning, searchers found a discarded film box at the point where he had taken a picture. From here, Carter evidently took off down the mountain, a wild, death-defying dash, taking chances that no skier of his caliber would take unless something was terribly wrong or he was being pursued. He jumped over 2 or 3 large crevasses and evidently was going like the devil. When Carter's tracks reached the precipitous sides of Ape Canyon, the searchers were amazed to see that Carter had been in such a hurry that he went right down the steep canyon walls, but they did not find him at the bottom. We combed the canyon one end to the other for 5 days. Sometimes there were as many as 75 people in the search party. After 2 weeks, the search was called off. So, people say that, this stuff's fake, etc. Real or not, it's creepy to think about. So what they obviously allege is that in the Ape Canyon area, the population of Sasquatch that were there, evidently quite hostile, and they obviously took great offense to his presence there, and either pursued him or scared him enough that he just got the hell out of there, and was just blindly racing down the slopes, again, in what might be a very reckless but desperate manner. So much so that when confronted with the edge of this cliff, he went right off it, but his body never got found. So then one would posit what's being suggested is he got pursued by them, and once he fell presumably to his death, they took the body, and beyond that point, it is what it is. So now, going from 1924, where you had the Ape Canyon attack, to this disappearance in the early 50s, then we go to 1980, the eruption of Mount St. Helens. And there were some people that came forward, again, probably, is what it is. This is just what the story says. That said, during the recovery and, rescue efforts, the recovery efforts, really, after the eruption of Mount St. Helens, there's one guy who came forward. He said they were supposed to be really tight-lipped about this, that this was guarded by various, 3-letter agencies, and they had the National Guard that were doing some of the logistics, but everything was tightly under wraps, and that a number of Sasquatch, if not the whole community of Sasquatch in the area, were all killed in the eruption of Mount St. Helens. And as many of the bodies as possible were recovered and were transported in helicopters, to the government's facilities. And there was one guy who said that he helped with the logistics of loading the bodies into the helicopters. And he said that, the bodies were all covered up, that they wanted as few people seeing them as possible, that they did this, in a guarded environment and, very discreetly. But he was able to kind of get a look at some of the bodies and said that some of them were burnt beyond recognition. Maybe they were, impacted by the hot ash, etc. Others were not burnt or charred, but he said that all of their fur was gray, probably from, the volcanic ash. So it's not like they were actually gray creatures, but their fur was gray from the volcanic ash. And maybe some of them died, of suffocation. And that's why they weren't all burnt up, but they still perished. And said that he was helping transfer and transport their bodies into the helicopters, load them in, and they were being taken away. So that was an account there. There was another guy, and this final account I call total BS on. I'd say that it just seems too unrealistic to me. But then again, you do have these sorts of situations where if you didn't see it with your own eyes, you'd think, there's no way so-and-so would do that, right? There's no way they would do that. There's no way they'd do it. Well, there they are doing it like that, so that's just how it is. But there was one guy who said that he resided in a small town, and he saw a helicopter flying over with a big rope hanging off the bottom, and attached to the rope, so dangling below the helicopter, was a big net with the dead bodies just in plain sight piled up in this net, and it was being flown over. And I don't know, to me that seems unrealistic. It makes more sense if you're to go with, the government collecting the bodies and transporting them, then it would make sense that they would be covered and discreetly, sent out in a Chinook transport helicopter. Right? That makes sense. If you're going to do it, they're going to do it that way. Not just have the damn things hanging in a net for all to see. Doesn't really make sense, but then again, you'd say, well, the government has the power to discredit anyone they want, even if that witness, actually saw it and saw the truth. The government could just discredit you and say, look at you. You're saying you saw a helicopter with a bunch of dead Bigfoot hanging from the bottom. Go look at yourself. When really this person actually saw that, but you could easily gaslight and portray the person as just insane, and that narrative will prevail. So who even knows, but that story had all sorts of red flags to me, so I don't really buy that. But it was interesting anyway. I was doing some research about that, and I found that interesting. So perhaps if there was a population in that area, maybe they all got killed when Mount St. Helens erupted. Maybe they're not in that area anymore. Maybe they're all dead over there. I don't know. It was interesting to think about either way. We hear from John in Illinois, who writes, I just wanted to express my appreciation for your review of the Papa John's bowls. I was especially entertained by your feeding trough comment. Hilarious. I somehow predicted your distaste with the item. I could assure you I share the same sentiments. On another topic, I wanted to get your insight on a recent obsession of an internet collective. Over the past 10 years or so, I've noticed a lot of people have been searching for and exploring these abandoned places, everything from dead shopping malls to derelict buildings, factories, and churches. Then in turn, documenting and sharing photos and videos of these places with others. My question for you is this: why do you think we as humans are so fascinated with this concept? What makes it so alluring to some of us? Thanks, from John in Illinois. Thanks, John. Glad you liked the review, by the way. And thank you for your question as well. Yeah, abandoned buildings, I find them interesting too. And I don't know if I really have an answer for you. Part of me thinks that maybe it's just because they look cool. Maybe it's because some people find them creepy in a way, and it could be perceived almost as a form of, entertainment. Maybe some people are just interested in some way, maybe subconsciously, of the concept of places that should be vibrant and lively that are quite the opposite, and maybe it's just some sort of draw there. I could only speak for myself. I like looking, at pictures and videos of abandoned places. I don't go into any of these places myself for a couple of reasons. Number one, mostly because they could be dangerous. They could be loaded with asbestos. They could be structurally unsound. You could have some crackhead living in there. Who knows? So there's just a lot of things to take into account, and I just don't want to deal with that. It's just not a risk I'm willing to take. I'll let someone else do it, and I shall live vicariously therethrough. But nonetheless, the appeal to me is the aesthetic. I personally like the way that these places look. And just as I said, the aesthetic, the degree of solitude that they have is appealing, and I just like the way it looks. I think that they're cool. So, again, only being able to speak for myself, that's what I like about them. So, interesting question. Thank you for asking that. Walt writes in, "Greetings, sir. I'd like to start by saying you're a genuine breath of fresh air in this stale modern culture we find ourselves in. Secondly, have you seen or heard of the YouTube channel Gentleman's Gazette? I'm a lover of classical aesthetics, and this channel is somewhat a historian of such pursuits. I think you'd love the depth of detail of their programs as reflected by their attire." So thank you, Walt, for your kind words and your question as well. So, I've heard of the Gentleman's Gazette, and I don't like them. I know that's a strong thing to say, but it's nothing about the content itself that kind of leaves me with distaste in a way. Honestly, I think that they're very informative. They do a lot of stuff very by the book. So it's one of those things that's like, they're all about the historical fashion rules. You wear this in this circumstance, and you have this coat for this, and you wear this color suit for that, etc. So they're very, very technical in that regard. So it's for folks who are interested, in taking that approach and kind of going off of the, the predetermined rules, so to speak. And, nothing wrong with that. That's how a lot of people are. And these guys know their stuff. They are professionals, and their videos can definitely be very helpful to some. So if one's interested in that, I definitely would recommend them. The reason why I don't like them, it's just personal. It's really just comes down to how I personally feel. It's nothing about their content or how they dress or any of that. It's just because they singled me out and kind of trash-talked me a bit So I kind of lost any respect for them after that. They made some video, they were saying how not to dress, and they made me the example of it. And, so I kind of, I just have a distaste, I suppose, for them based on that. But it's just personal in that regard, has nothing to do with anything else. So one might call that very trivial. It's just the way the situation is, though. So that's why I'm not a fan of them. But, no, by all means, otherwise, aside from that, it's just because I was the subject of that. Otherwise, I don't see a problem with what they do. Alright, so for this next session of letters and emails, I have the microphone positioned slightly differently, and this is actually the same if you listened to the program that I did where I did the update about Hurricane Ian. This is the same setup that I had for that, and I know that was listenable. I know I was able to kind of mess around with the audio in the editor, but sometimes I just like to address the elephant in the room, because obviously I'm not going to know how the audio turned out until after I'm done recording, so, try to address the issues before they really materialize. Anyway, I want to read a few more emails, and then I think that'll be that for the show. So, with that said, let's get to them. Have an email coming in from Oksana in California, who just writes, I was born in Belarus, and will always remember how after the collapse of the Soviet Union in the early 90s, my parents bought me my first exported gift, a Sony CFS 204 radio cassette recorder, or first imported gift, my apologies. It had an amazing radio receiver, and given the location of Minsk, I was able to get many different signals, and I remember staying up every night, browsing through programs in all kinds of languages. It was a magical time. I could only compare the static radio noise to the sounds of orchestra warm-up and tuning. The sound of anticipation that any second you'll be hearing something new and special. Anyway, I was wondering, when did you become aware that you want to have your own radio show? Where do you see your show in 10 years? Thank you, keep up the wonderful work. So thank you, Oksana, listening in now from California, originally from Belarus. So I appreciate your radio experience there, and thank you for your questions. I might have mentioned this before in the program, but I first became interested in wanting to do my own radio show back in 2014. Specifically, and I'll just focus on the shortwave aspect, I became interested in mid to late 2014 because I listened to stations from all around the world, and I knew that there were stations in the US that sold their airtime, and it was just something that I wanted to do then. I knew that the resources existed to do it. I was enthralled in the medium, but at the time, I didn't know the costs involved. I wasn't sure how expensive it would be. So for a while I thought that the price was going to be completely out of my range. But thankfully, as the YouTube channel expanded, I was able to make that, what initially seemed like a dream, I was able to turn that into a reality. So that's how that went. Now, as for the future, I can't really predict the future. I don't know how things are going to be 10 years from now, so I can't definitively say that I intend on it being, this, that, or the other way. But what I can say is it is my intention to keep things going the way that they are for as long as I possibly can. So that's my goal. Obviously, I don't know where things will be 10 years from now, but that's what my plan is. So thank you for your question. Dylan, who says, I was listening to your podcast from a year ago where you discuss GameStop stock and political parties, etc. I found it particularly hilarious when you mentioned all the various parties, and you said, plus you got Kanye in the mix. That truly made me laugh. Keep doing what you're doing. Hope you're okay. Send my prayers out to everyone out there dealing with the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. Thanks, Dylan, for your kind words there. We have Joe in Boston, Massachusetts. Quick question. Watched one of your latest reviews. I heard about the circumstances at the end of the video, the airtime rates going up. I was wondering, have you ever considered making your show internet-based? I know you like the medium, but it seems to be weighing you down financially. Maybe make it Patreon only. So, to interject, Joe, the show does go out online. It goes out online in addition to the radio. All the episodes are up on the Patreon, and some of the airings are also syndicated on TuneIn, so they get streamed online, people could listen on their phone, etc. So you don't need a radio to listen in. I know this doesn't really make sense, but if the show didn't go out on the radio itself, I don't know if the appeal of doing it would really be there for me anymore. And I know that probably doesn't make sense to most people, but one of the biggest driving factors of doing the show is the aspect of it getting transmitted on actual radio. And the aspect of, being able to do it online and having it streamed, but having it transmitted over thousands and thousands of miles and having people all over the world being able to listen in on physical radio stations or physical radios and, having it broadcast via that physical radio infrastructure. And I like the aspect with shortwave radio that everything goes out unobstructed. Even if I'm not trying to cause any trouble, it's nice to know that I could talk about whatever I want to talk about, and it's going to go out however I intend it to. That I'm not going to have some algorithm or some set of ridiculous guidelines getting in the way of things and saying, you can't discuss this, you can't discuss that, etc. I can say and play whatever I want, and that sort of freedom is unparalleled. So it's nice to be able to do that with no repercussions. And that's a huge driving force as well. So, I guess I'm just trying to say, weird it may sound, I don't know if the show would be worth doing if I didn't have that radio aspect to it. And as I mentioned at the start, the good news is that some of the broadcasts definitely are weighing down financially, but the main show that I do for listeners in North America is on extremely firm footing. So no matter what course things take, that broadcast isn't going anywhere. The broadcast is on very firm footing right now to North America, and no matter what happens, those broadcasts are going to keep going really for as long as I'm around for. As long as I want to do the show, those are still going to be here, and I'm still going to be on 4840 kilohertz and 6115 kilohertz every week, a few times a week. So, as long as that continues, the rest of the broadcast continues, and it's all good. Now, finally, you mentioned some of the issues with the non-review episodes because of the inconsistency. You said, I was looking at your most popular videos, and 3 of the 5 most watched videos are non-food reviews. Now, to interject, that is true. That's a completely true point, Joe. Thing is that many of these videos that have the most views, yes, a number of them are non-food review related. But the thing is that they're either special circumstances or they did well over time and were failures initially. So I'll give an example, because I do remember this stuff, so I could tell you a little bit about each one. So let's actually look at my 10 most popular videos. Number 1, I react to mean comments, 8.7 million views. That video, it's true, that one took off immediately, but it was because that was the first video of that nature I ever did. So it immediately came as a bit of a surprise to viewers, and that's why it performed well. It was very unique. Following that, the Popeyes shrimp review, that one kind of speaks for itself. How I Feel About Being a Meme, 4.5 million views. That video initially did not perform well at all. As a matter of fact, the views on that initially were low, and it hurt the channel in the algorithm short term. Long term, over the years, it did perform nicely, and it started gradually raking up views, but initially it had a negative effect on the channel. My response to iDubbbz's fast food tier list, that's because there was a very popular YouTuber who made the subject, iDubbbz TV, and this was in response because I had a lot of interest there, so that's again a special circumstance. KFC Nuggets review, that's food. Taco Bell Nacho Fries review, that's food. Mr. Beast Burger review, that's food. Travis Scott meal, that's food. Why Do People Call Me Review Bra? That's the 9th out of 10 most popular videos, 2.8 million views. That video too was not initially successful. And again, that video initially hurt the channel, but over time it got some views there. But again, that had a negative impact at first too. And finally, Why I Wear Suits All the Time, that one, I think that's a question a lot of people do wonder. That one did perform nicely from the get-go. But each video has a circumstance of its own. Some work out, some don't. But the thing is, with some of those videos, they initially did harm the channel before eventually turning around. I just prefer the consistency that the reviews offer. It's guaranteed that they'll do nicely and that they won't hurt the channel. It's like even the Wingstop review that I did the other week. Wingstop isn't a brand a lot of people care about, but even so, that video still got 200,000 views for what was a lackluster item for a brand that not a lot of people have much regard for. So there's a certain baseline that's guaranteed with reviews, and when I'm doing this for my future, to pay my bills, to keep a roof over my head, you name it, then that consistency is what you're really looking for. But I understand what you mean, and there will still be random videos to come, so don't you worry about that. Thank you for your question, though, and I appreciate your feedback. We hear from Garrett, review suggestion. Could you please try the Jollibee chicken sandwich? One of my favorites as far as chicken sandwiches go. Thanks, Garrett. Unfortunately, I don't have any of those establishments nearby, but if I did, I would give it a shot. I've gotten requests for them before, so if there was one nearby, I'd try them out. Sadly, I haven't any in my neck of the woods. We have Topher, who writes, I'm just getting the shortwave radio, but I need assistance. I'd like a good quality shortwave radio, but I'm not sure what's the best make and model for my area. I'm in Florida. Biggest city to me, Pensacola, Florida. and interested in some recommended stations as well. So thank you, Topher. So you'd probably be in the Santa Rosa County, Florida Panhandle area. That's a nice area. One of these days I want to go over to the Florida Panhandle, spend some time over there. Nice beaches and lower population density too. It's what it's all about. So, good question. I want to just reiterate, because I get a lot of emails like this. As a matter of fact, looking at the email, I've got a bunch of other emails that I'll respond to on their own that even just came in from listeners who ask about shortwave radios. For instance, I've got one from someone in Austria. I have one from someone in Baja California. One from a listener in Denmark. So I get requests from all over, from folks who want to get into shortwave radio. So there still is a degree of interest in the medium. And I'll give the recommendations that I always give, and I'm going to read them verbatim because it's important. So, these are a few of my favorite radios, but there are many more out there. What I say, it's important to shop around and find what works best for you. But generally speaking, here's what I recommend. If you want to get a radio to tune in on, I would recommend the Texun. That's a brand that I recommend. It's Texun, that's spelled Tecsun. The Texun PL380 or the Texun PL310ET. Those radios are both about equal in their performance and their price. They're about the same, it's just one is an alternative to the other if, let's say, there's availability issues. They're around $50, but they're good. They're two, cheaper models, but again, they're very good. I like them. Other radios of their brands that cost a bit more that I like are the Texun PL660 or the Texun PL880. The CC Skywave radio, that's another good radio for its price. So those are all good portable radios that all work for shortwave listening, and it's good for serious listening. If you want to just be real serious about the radio, pick up shortwave broadcasts from all over the world, those are the radios for you. Now, if you want to get a radio purely for emergencies, it might not be the best for casual listening, but in, let's say, the event of a hurricane, a natural disaster, let's say bad things happen, and let's say that there's severe unrest, war, government or insane corporate censorship, you name it, and you're looking for something to get you through those tough times, some emergency radios, I would recommend. Kato is a good brand for that, specifically the Kato KA500. That's a good emergency radio. The Kato KA500. It's an emergency radio, and I was using that one during Hurricane Ian. So I'm happy with it. I think it's a good radio. It's called the 5-way powered radio. So they say it has a hand crank generator, so it's one of those wind-up radios that you can power using that. It has a solar panel that you can use the sun to power it as well. It could take 3 AA batteries, also has a USB input, has an AC-DC input for a wall power adapter, and I believe it could take rechargeable batteries too. Comes with AM, FM, shortwave, and NOAA weather radio. So that way you could listen to local stations, you could listen to international broadcasts, you could listen to the weather radio, all of that. Likewise, it could work as an emergency mobile battery charger for your phones. You could charge up your smartphone with that radio. I used that during Hurricane Ian, and I'll say the process is slow and arduous. But if it's a situation where you're totally on your own and you are off the grid otherwise, what does it matter if you have to sit there turning the hand crank a bit? You will be able to slowly charge your phone up that way if nothing else works. So that's something to take into account too. Also comes with a built-in LED flashlight, an LED lamp, and it has a red LED SOS beacon light that flashes SOS. Has a telescoping antenna, so it could pick up the stations. Water resistant, very durable radio. It's a good emergency radio. Again, it's not the most sensitive thing for very serious listening, but it's good for emergencies. That's something to take into account too. Now for the other radios, I'd also recommend getting a wire antenna, which is compatible with the radio. Maybe consider getting the Sangean, that's SANGEAN, ANT-60, or the CC Shortwave real antenna. It's like a thin wire, but if you plug it into the radio, the wire becomes like an extension of your antenna, so it will make reception better, and you could kind of string the wire outside the house, put it on a tree branch or something. It'll pick up more stations that way. You could find these radios and more at my Amazon affiliate page. I believe that's amazon.com/shop/the report of the week, but honestly, it's just a resource that organizes everything. I don't make anything from really doing this. I'll make like 2 cents for a $50 purchase, so it's not a way for me to really make any money. I don't care where you buy them. What matters is if you want a radio, get a radio. Doesn't matter if it's from my store or not. Get whatever's the best deal, whatever works best for you. Shop around, see what you like, look at the reviews, and go from there. Likewise, if you want to listen to my broadcast, there are 3 transmissions that should reach you. I'll give the time and frequency in Central Time for the Florida Panhandle. And these frequencies are really good for North America in general. First broadcast, 1 a.m. Central, every Saturday morning, 4840 kilohertz. Second broadcast, 5 p.m. Central, every Saturday afternoon, 6115 kilohertz. Third and final broadcast, 11 p.m. Central, every Sunday evening, 4840 kilohertz. They're all going to come through just fine in the Florida Panhandle. I've got listeners over there that regularly tune in from, I believe, Panama City, Florida. Panama City Beach, Florida area. Excellent reception, so if they get a good signal, you will too. So, that's some advice for you specifically, but for really anyone out there wondering about getting a shortwave radio, that's a resource that you can now consult. So thank you there for your question. Have an email coming in from Vuk, who writes, quick question, do you have an opinion on spats? Is there really a use for them other than aesthetics? So thank you there for your question. I've never used them. Admittedly, I don't use spats. These days, I don't necessarily know if there's actually much of a practical usage for them, but I would say that if you like the way they look, what the heck does it matter? So, my opinion is, if you like them, then who cares if there's really much of a use for them in today's world or not? If you like them, then get them. Because even though I don't particularly wear them, I still think they can be pretty cool looking, so honestly, just wear them if you want, and embrace it. I think that they could still be pretty cool. Thank you for your question. Claire in Port St. Lucie, Florida, we've got some Floridians checking in today, said, thanks for the Hurricane Ian broadcast. It helped me with some of the post-hurricane stress. I'm on the east coast of Florida, where we were spared the wrath of Hurricane Ian, but it was still a terrifying night, listening to the wind howl across the roof. Hurricane post-traumatic stress is real, and it's something I deal with. From living here 32 years, haven't been able to watch or listen to news. It's just too sad and depressing. But your podcast was helpful, and I thought listening to you talk was very therapeutic. So thank you over there on the east coast of Florida. Claire checking in. I'm sorry that you have to deal with that, but I understand. Hurricanes, even if you've been here for 32 years, and you've obviously been through a good number of storms, just because you've been through a bunch doesn't mean that they aren't stressful, because they certainly are, and I know you understand that. So I totally get it, and they impact people in different ways, but hurricanes are serious business. They're serious problems, they're serious issues, and it's only understandable that they would have an effect. But I'm glad that the broadcast was able to bring at least some degree of consolation, even if it might not be all that much. I'm glad that it was able to help a little bit. And I know that in my case, even if it doesn't necessarily solve the problem, sometimes hearing other people talk about it can kind of help in some ways. That was one great thing about listening to the radio after Hurricane Ian, hearing all the phone calls from around the state, and knowing that you're not alone in this. And I think psychologically speaking, it helps bring about some degree of comfort. So thank you for your thoughts and kind words, and I hope things get better on your end there. Hillary writes in, I've been wanting to write you since I first watched a review back in July 2022. Caught your announcement at the end of the cactus plant flea market review in regards to the changes to the shortwave, and it got my attention. I'm going to keep this short, but I like the broadcast. I think the format is perfect, and I'm just now deciding to support it through Patreon. Hope you can and will continue producing your show for shortwave broadcast, because I know you love the medium, and I do think that it's an important medium that should be preserved. We recently lost KGO radio here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Another sad day in radio. Best of luck with your broadcast. Well, thanks, Hillary. And thank you for your support on Patreon. I mean it when I say it, but it's folks like you that are keeping this all going. You're keeping it on the air. So, when these broadcasts get transmitted, and they reach so many listeners all over the world, know that you are directly playing, anyone who supports this is playing a direct role in getting those broadcasts out. So give yourself a pat on the back. Thank you for your support there, and for your kind words as well. I was reading about KGO radio. That I know that's in the Bay Area, isn't it? 8:10 a.m., I believe. And I've never listened to them, but I heard about this in various radio groups too, and I saw it in the news. So they were an iconic news talk station that had a following, I believe, in San Francisco, right? And then I guess they just, I don't know if they had financial issues or what, but all of a sudden, in the middle of one of their radio shows, and this I think is real scummy, I think this tells you everything you need to know about what some of these big conglomerates think of the stations themselves and the people that work for them, i.e., they think they're dirt. And I think it's an insult to the station, and I think it's an insult to the listeners, too. But they decided to change the format, but they did so suddenly that they didn't really have any procedure. They went in the middle of one guy's show, and he was just going about his radio show, and someone pretty much came in and told him, can you give a station ID? So he did, And then they just pulled the plug, just like that. No goodbye, nothing, no warning. And that was that. So that is like a huge, I take it, a huge insult. Not only is it incredibly disrespectful to those who work at that station, but to everyone out there listening too. That they didn't even have the decency or the dignity to have a proper send-off. Really scummy, in my opinion, but it's no surprise the way things are these days. And they switched the format to sports betting, of all things. And I can't necessarily see how that's really a winning format, but I mean, I guess if they think that's what's going to keep it going, but I don't know. Is there a large audience on AM radio for sports betting? I mean, maybe there is. I know there's a lot of sports stations, so maybe there is an untapped market, but I don't know. It's just, it's a shame. It's a shame to lose talk stations and replace it with that stuff, but it's the way things are, you know. Thanks for your feedback there. Alright, we got an email coming in. Aaron, who writes, I watched your cactus plant flea market meal where you commented on the old 90s style McDonald's versus the new blocky style. So many fast food restaurants have changed their designs in recent years to the modernized blocky cafe style look. I understand that as times change, so must everything else, although I miss the older, fun, colorful designs that they used to have. As a child, a trip to McDonald's or any other restaurant brought joy to my young heart with the prospect of good food, play areas, and a new toy. And even as an adult, seeing these restaurants brought back nostalgia and a taste of childlike wonder. But no more. Now we have the bland, bleak, cookie-cutter building that offers no comfort other than what the food can bring us. The atmosphere is totally gone. Not only that, some other sit-down restaurants have as well. Around here we have several Sonny's Barbecue and Bono's Barbecue restaurants that are a staple of North Florida dining. Both restaurants used to have the down-home barbecue shack look that offered a cozy country atmosphere. The insides had many private booths with individual lighting that made your meal comfortable and intimate. The interior had wood paneling and just a nice down-home feel. Recently, both restaurants have updated to the modern block style, with massive open interiors and high-top tables that are anything but cozy and private. To me, a big thing about dining is not only the taste, but the surrounding atmosphere. Even the most mundane meals can be great if eaten in happiness and comfort. Very respectfully, Aaron. Yeah, I agree, and you included a picture. It says, it's a bunch of before and after pictures of the old school Pizza Huts, Burger Kings, McDonald's, Wendy's, Taco Bells, and now the cubes, and it says, remember what they took from us. Yeah, some good thoughts. I agree. I always think of these places as just, the cubes, but sometimes I'll call it the corporate cube, because it's very... it's the epitome of soulless. I guess they do this stuff because, here's what they claim. And at this point, you could just believe if their studies are true, or if they're just doing this for cost-saving measures and they just make some BS study up to justify it and assume people go along with it. But they say, studies show that this is what people want now, that they want to be sitting in this bland, dead, soulless cube that, sure, it looks, I guess, more modernized, but they all look this way. I mean, they all do this. Same color scheme, same cube. They all look this way now. They all do it. And it is the epitome of being soulless in nature. It takes whatever life and whatever character these establishments used to have, and it just sucks it out. And this is what we have now. It's like I said, this is what they all do, and I guess the trend will just continue. But it's sad. It is sad. The other day I saw a Pizza Hut that still was in the old style. It was still like what you see, one of those old Pizza Huts from like the 90s, and it still had the old sign and everything, and it kind of made me smile because it's a rarity these days, but it reminds you of the way it used to be, and that was just nice to see. But it's just sad where it all is, and it's kind of fitting a soulless edifice to go along with the decreasing quality of everything, and yeah, there's nothing personable about it anymore. I don't like it any more than you do, Aaron, but it is what it is. It's kind of funny, McDonald's, and this is true, I even remember this when I was young, when I was quite young. I remember this, and sadly, these days are pretty much over. But you think about the concept nowadays, right? You know how McDonald's is, where it's like the food quality is hit or miss. Service-wise, it is what it is, but the nature of it, in many cases, is you have an attitude where it's just like, F you, here's your food, F off. And that's it. Prices go up, quality goes down, etc. And it's just, everything about it is just soulless and lacking. But then you think, when you were growing up, you used to have, birthday parties at McDonald's. And now I kind of laugh at the notion of that, because I think the place that McDonald's is these days, my God, if you had a child's birthday party there, it would be the most depressing thing in the world. But there was a time, even not terribly long ago, in the early 2000s, and obviously before, I think the tail end of it was in the early 2000s, which I got to experience, when McDonald's was actually a place that was well regarded. And I went to a few McDonald's birthday parties, and they were actually good. It was just different than what you get now. People just seemed to take more pride in their work, were more interested in having or creating a good time for the customers. The customers were happier, the employees were happier, the quality was better. It just had soul and character. And the burgers were fine, the food was fine, the drinks were fine. Had the birthday cake, you had the play place, you had the people who kind of dressed up as the McDonald's mascots, and it was just, you'd think a birthday party at a fast food restaurant, yeah, I know it's like the most American thing, but it actually worked. I swear to God, it actually worked, and it was actually a good time. But it is what it is. So, just kind of goes to show how it's all changed, and not for the better. Sure, they can make things look a bit more smoothed and polished, but that doesn't mean that it's thereby, by default, better in every way. So that's a good point, but obviously, maybe I'm kind of biased. You could clearly see that I don't look at those changes in a positive light. Obviously, with time, some things change for the better. Indeed, they do. Some things change for the worse. I think you raised some good points, though. Thanks for writing in. Alright, we have a listener from Dallas, Texas, checking in. New subscriber, but I've been listening to your previous shows for a couple of months. I really just stumbled upon your main YouTube by pure accident, looking up a review for some pizza, and you popped up, watched the whole review and immediately subscribed. Started off on the reviews, and then I saw you talk about your other channel, and found it to be more my speed. Don't get me wrong, I'm a fan of your reviews, but I enjoy your talks with a little more substance. I like how your listeners are made up of all ages, genders, countries, etc. I myself am a 42-year-old Texas native. Again, really love your content, and when I'm able to listen to your radio show, I do. Don't have a shortwave radio, but I might buy one from Amazon. What's really drawn me to the show is how you discuss almost anything, and I like your answers and views. In the last couple of years, I've experienced a lot of loss due to death, which made me somewhat of a morbid person, even more than I was prior. Here's my question. Do you want to be cremated, donated, or buried? I've never wanted to be buried because the thought of forever being laid to rest in a box in the ground doesn't sit well with me. Donating seems like a shady business. The horror stories I've read are unreal, so that's also a no. I did want to be cremated until I heard about these alternatives. Have you ever heard of the options such as being made into a tree pod, or being turned into mulch or pulverized by water? I watched a YouTuber, Ask a Mortician, do a show with the creator of a mulch one called Recompose, and it seemed like such a nice way to lay a body to rest. Recompose is what I would choose. It's only legal in a few states, Texas not being one of them. Anyway, I was curious about your answer as I saw the video about your awful fall, which seemed to have made you more aware of your mortality. My apologies if this is a question that's been asked, but no matter what, nonetheless, keep up the amazing work, breath of fresh air. So thank you, listener over there in Dallas, Texas. And, no, it's an interesting question. And the way I see it, I myself have gotten much more comfortable with my mortality in the last few years, so I don't mind thinking about that stuff. For me, and this probably isn't the answer that a lot of people would go with, I really don't have a preference because I really just don't, I know it sounds harsh because it goes against what most people feel, but I just don't care. So I really haven't any preference. I say, look, as far as I'm concerned, my body is a vessel of sorts, and when I pass, it's just going to be what it is. Now, whether there's, regardless of what view you have, the body, I see it as just a vessel in this world. So, it doesn't really matter after that. So I can't really say that I care all that much. I mean, it's just going to be what it is. If I get buried, I get buried. If I get turned into a tree, I get turned into a tree. If I get cremated, I get cremated. If someone chops me up and feeds me to a bunch of alligators, I mean, it is what it is. Someone dumps me in a ditch, like I said, look, it just is what it is. I mean, I don't know, I just shrug. I have no preference whatsoever. So, that's my answer, and I know it's not the most concise answer, but it's the best I can give. I haven't any preference. I know that a lot of people do, and I understand that, and that's fine. It's really whatever you're comfortable with. I think a lot of people would still want to go with a more traditional approach, say, alright, I want to be, in this type of casket, and I want this type of burial, and I want my tombstone, I want one and I want it to have this inscription, etc., etc. And that's fine. If that's what someone wants, then those are their wishes. And presuming that they're practical and the means goes about that they can be realistically honored, I mean, I haven't a problem with that. But for me, like I said, I just really haven't any sort of preference. Some of those things are interesting, though, like you said, the ones where you can kind of grow a tree or whatever it might be from it. It is interesting. It's kind of like you're bringing a little bit of new life to the world, and that's cool. I do think of that as an interesting concept. So thank you there for your question and for your kind words. Likewise. I have an email coming in from Ellie in Texas. I've been a long-time fan of your YouTube channel and a listener to the podcast. I've wanted to correspond for a while, but when I tried to write up an email, I always felt I was too long-winded and wanted to say less, even though I know you said in the past that correspondents can write emails as long or short as they'd like. Finally, I decided to cut my losses, give an introduction, and a quick review of my listenership with a simple question as a first email to get the hardest part out of the way, so here we go. To interject, I totally understand. You have to take whatever approach you think is best. So that's fine by me. And with that said, let's get into it. As for my listenership, I started listening, I believe, 2 or so years ago, when you stated you stopped making the show for a while as a result of harassment you were receiving. I was upset but understood, and I'm sorry you had to deal with that, but I admire your courage in admitting outright it was having an effect, and you needed some time to yourself. Now, it's a hard thing to do, but I think you're brave about having that kind of honesty. So to get back to the point, I lost track of your podcast from there, but recently checked back in, and to the pleasant surprise, I saw you made several shows since then. Now, it may be a little selfish, but I'm glad you've returned to making them semi-regularly. Since then, I've been listening to them, from newest to oldest, even over older ones that I've already heard. I like to listen to them while I work. Your voice is grounding, and I enjoy hearing your views on the world, even if I don't always agree with them. It's interesting and entertaining as well. I remember I remember in one of your shows when someone asked how they should refer to you, you said your usual response and tacked on, you could even call me Little Jackass in a suit if you wanted, which made me crack up quite a bit. I was tempted to greet you in this way were it not for the obviously negative implications that it would be met with. But anyway, on top of that, wanted to say I appreciate you as a person. Thank you for doing what you do, and I admire you as one of the few genuine individuals in the world. Well, thank you for your kind words there. I believe my first exposure to you, at least the first time I came to recognize you, was in an Elvis the Alien video. To clarify, not the one where he makes fun of you, but the one where he more or less apologizes and shows regret for his behavior in his original video covering your channel. There's a little bit of irony there, as I can't remember the last time I watched one of his videos, but I'm a frequent viewer of your food review videos. Leads me to the question, and to preface it, I recall at the time, it seems to have been a bit of a trend to make commentary videos on your channel, or perhaps that was just me creating a correlation that wasn't really there, which is possible. I know you've expressed that Tosh.0 did nothing to grow your channel, but I was curious whether or not this trend, if you would even recognize it as that at all, had any impact on your channel growth. Anyway, sorry if this is overly long and tangential. I'm hoping getting through the first email will make me a little less nervous to write you in the future. Hope to correspond again in the future, so be on your toes. Thanks for listening. Well, thank you, Ellie in Texas, for your kind words, for your email, and thank you for taking the plunge, essentially, to send in that question, as well as your introduction and the bit of anecdote you included likewise. So I take it that the question you ask is kind of in regards to these sorts of videos that were made of the channel, let's say back in 2017, 2016, by some of the YouTubers like Elvis the Alien, that did, a feature of sorts, be that positive or negative, on the channel. Did it have any effect on it? Good question, and you know what? I'm going to conclusively answer this, and I'm going to give you the most accurate answer I could possibly give. I'm going to open up the analytics, and let's look at the numbers themselves, and we'll let the statistics speak for themselves. So let's find out. So first, Elvis the Alien, I remember him. He's a YouTuber who did a few videos on my channel. First he did one back in 2016 it was, when it was a bit of a trend back then to do videos that were very critical of certain people online. And you had this sort of stuff that was, you had the types of YouTubers like Leafy is here and others that just did these videos that kind of, I don't know if it's bullying, but it's just kind of pointing out certain things in a very mocking manner. So he did the first video about my channel 6 years ago, September 11th, 2016, called The Food Review Vampire. And, like I said, it just kind of fits that format where he's just kind of making fun of the channel for about 8 minutes, which honestly, look, that's his opinion. And that was just a thing back then. I can't say I looked at the video itself very favorably, but in the end, it just wasn't the end of the world or anything. And the video got about 800,000 views. Then, a year later, in 2017, he made another video, The Food Review Vampire, 1 year later. And this video got 900,000 views, and this one he essentially... And honestly, Elvis the Alien, his content I don't watch, but he never bothered me. Like I said, I understood that this is just his channel. I don't necessarily agree with the format, but in the end, I mean, me personally, I wasn't destroyed, mentally or physically by his videos any. And then he came out a year later, in 2017, and said, look, in 2016, yeah, it was a bit harsh, and I apologize for that. So, it's all good. 5 years ago, I left a comment on that video, and I stand by it. Every word of it, I still feel as being the truth. I said. And in this comment, I said, this gave me a good laugh, Elvis. For the record, the memes and jokes don't bother me. I take it all in jest. No worries. Thanks for your support, by the way. And that's still how I feel. So, I just, like I said, I take all this... A lot of people, mind you, every single day, say a lot of things about me, both good and bad. So, at this point, I've essentially heard it all. And it doesn't bother me, and really props to him for saying, hey, maybe I was a bit harsh back then. A lot of people wouldn't even think to do that. And I think that being able to realize maybe I was a bit harsh back then, maybe my views have changed, that's a mature thing to do, and it's a sign, I think, that one has integrity. Something not a lot of people do these days. So anyway, he doesn't bother me. Even if that type of content in general just isn't something that I watch, it just, like I said, doesn't bother me. So what I want to do is I want to look at the analytics. And let's see what effect these videos had on the growth of the channel. So first, I'm going to open up a month for September of 2016. So let's go in custom, and let's get the statistics for the month of September 2016, and let's see what we have. So the 2016 video, it was released on September 11th. For the month of September 2016, the channel in and of itself got 997,000 views. When we look at the amount of subscribers the channel got, the YouTube channel got 11,400 subscribers for the month of September 2016. I did a lot more videos back then per month. Let's see, I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I did 17 videos for the month of September 2016. Had much more energy back then. And anyway, 997,000 views channel-wide for the month, 11,400 new subscribers. So, September 11th is when Elvis the Alien released his video. So, on Saturday the 10th, the channel got 21,800 views. So that's the day before he released the video. The day he released it, the channel got 21,900 views. There was no change in viewership whatsoever from his video. On Monday the 12th, it did go up somewhat from around 22,000 views to about 26,000 views. But then it dropped. By Tuesday the 13th, it dropped back down to 21,000 views. So, you could say that maybe the channel got a few thousand extra views in one day from the Elvis the Alien video, but you could see that it didn't have a massive effect. It wasn't like it went from 20,000 views in a day to, 300,000. Maybe the viewership went up by about 5,000 views. Now, there was a slight boost in subscribers, though. On the 10th, the channel got 194 new subscribers. On the 11th, it got 590 new subscribers. So there was a boost in subscribers. Then it was back down by the 13th to again around 150. So, by the statistics, his video had a small boost on viewership and subscribers, but nothing considerable at all. Slightly later in the month, there was another video that had a much greater impact, and that was when CNN Money did a piece on me on the 15th. And that had an effect. So On September 15th, the channel got 22,000 views, but then by the 17th, really from the 17th through the 21st, viewership for the channel went up to around 50,000 views a day. So there was that increase in around 30,000 views on a daily basis for a couple days, and that was when CNN did a story on me, and the channel was featured on the front page of their news sites and other news outlets as well. So that did have a significant impact on both viewership and subscribers as well. Not so much the Elvis the Alien video, but more so the CNN money piece. So the original food review vampire video didn't have much of an impact on the growth of the channel. The second one, though, let's see. Let's now go to 2017. So let's enter in a custom time frame. And let's go to September of 2017 in the analytics. So, the 2017 edition was released on September 19th of that year. Now, the channel was bigger a year later, and by September of 2017, the channel got 2.3 million views for the month, and 37,000 new subscribers. Now, here's the thing. I cannot tell if there was a lasting impact from his 2017 video. It does not appear to be the case, but I can't say for certain because on the day he released his video, I released a video as well. So there's an increase in views that day no matter what because I released a video that day. But nonetheless, on Monday the 18th, so he released his video Tuesday the 19th, and I released a video that day too. On Monday the 18th of September 2017, the channel got 42,000 views that day. On Tuesday it got 94,000 views. That's an increase right there. Wednesday it got 76,000 views. By Thursday the 21st it was down to 48. And by Friday and Saturday, the 22nd and 23rd, it was around the 40,000 per day mark. So there was that increase for Tuesday and Wednesday before it went down, but again, I released a video that day too, where I talked about Waffle House. So you could say, well, many of the views that day might have been people just watching that new video. However, I will submit that there is some evidence suggesting that there were definitely some views that were sent my way from his video based on subscribers, because what usually happens is when I release a video, the day I release the video, the amount of subscribers either remains steady, it usually kind of flatlines for the day, because while the video gets out and it gets promoted in the algorithm to new viewers who subscribe, there are some viewers who maybe don't even remember subscribing, or they see a video of mine pop up and they think, I don't really watch this anymore, I'm going to unsubscribe. So you always get people that unsubscribe when a new video comes out, and as a result, the day I release a video, usually the amount of subscribers is about the same. It's kind of flat. But, bucking that trend, on the 19th, despite releasing a video, I got 2,400 subscribers that day, And on the 20th, I got 2,300 subscribers, before kind of dropping back down. By the 22nd, I was getting around 500 a day. And based on uploading videos on the 24th, the 26th, and the 30th, subscribers gained for all those videos, those 3 videos, the day they're uploaded were flat, which is what you'd expect. So that increase on the 19th and 20th is not what you would usually expect to see when I release a new video. So that suggests that there was an increase in viewership from his second video, far greater than the first. So those sorts of videos that get made about the channel usually have a short-term bump, but do not result in much long-term. Most of the reason why the channel has grown is because of the pure luck with the YouTube algorithm, and these external events provide a small boost here and there, but nothing long-term, from my understanding. Anyway, it's like, if I look at the analytics for the review that I did for the Ghost Pepper Whopper, so far the review has 300,000 views right on the button. And looking at the percentage-wise, and this is how it is. 30,000 of those 300,000 views came from the subscriptions feed. So 30,000 were from subscribers. 10,000 were from the YouTube search. 9,000 were from the channel page, meaning people going to my channel, skimming through it, and finding the video they're from. 20,000 views are from external sites. So for the most part, that's from me posting the video on Reddit and on Twitter, etc. 230,000 views are from YouTube recommendations, with 218,000 of those views being from the YouTube homepage, and 11,000 being from the Up Next. So most of that comes purely from the YouTube algorithm. They promoted the video on their homepage to people just going to youtube.com, and the video comes up, and then a percentage checks it out. So looking at the reach, impressions-wise, YouTube recommended the video on the homepage approximately 3.1 million times. So these are big numbers that we're talking about here. That's how the channel really grows, and that's how it grows and has grown through the months and the years. That's the YouTube algorithm that plays a substantial role. And it's amazing that they keep throwing the channel a bone here and there, even after all these years. I cannot believe it, quite frankly. I can't believe that I'm still sitting here and people actually still watch this stuff, but I'm very thankful for it. And even if I have my grievances sometimes with these companies, I can't forget that without YouTube and without Google, none of this would even be here right now. And, I mean, who knows, I might be homeless or dead, quite frankly, just to be very blunt and honest, if it weren't for all of this. So I'm very thankful that they do what they do. But a good question. I'm happy to break open the books and share that information there. So thanks for asking. Alright, we have an email coming in from Sam, who says, "Hello, brah. Hope you're doing well. Sorry to hear about things going on with Hurricane Ian, but I'm glad you dodged some bullets. Long-time listener, despite taking a few breaks over the years." And despite having to take several breaks from listening to your show, I always enjoyed hearing your commentary on current events when I can. I have a few questions for you. Would you be interested in or willing to do some sort of partnership to make your own The Report of the Week meal, like how McDonald's has had with Mariah Carey, or the Travis Scott meal? If you could, what would you have included in it, and who would you like to partner with? So, first, question there. That's not something that I really think about. I don't think I would ever be approached to do such a thing, because they're looking for A-list, top of the line folks, not someone like me, to do it with, so I don't ever see that happening. I kind of joke. I remember I was asked this before, back in like 2020 or so, what I would go with, and I say the same thing. I say, well, obviously, we want to take full utilization of the running on empty moniker. So, we'd have special branding. And I would want to have the running on empty meal. And you will be running on empty by the time you're done with it. So, it would be at the affordable price. I'd say let's start it at around $15. Maybe $15.99. That sounds good. We'll start it at $15.99, and then it'll go up from there. I want a Big Mac box. I want a small fries pouch, and I want a medium soft drink cup. All of them empty, but they would have special branding on them. So that would be the meal. You would get the empty box, the empty fries, and the empty drink, but it would have special branding, and then you'd be running on empty that way. It would be very affordable. It'd be a lot of interest. And I think that it would sell out practically, it would sell out in hours, I think. So that's what I would go with. You also ask, have you ever thought about bringing back the live stream format to the show? And have you ever thought about bringing back the original VORW microphone that you use? So first, the microphone situation. Unfortunately, the old microphone that I've used, it was reliable at the time, but over the years it's become a piece of junk. And I say that because it's unusable at this point. And I'm not talking about quality-wise, but I mean it's literally impossible to record on it anymore. It doesn't work. So, sadly, there's nothing I could really do at that point. It's kind of over in that regard. Over the years, when I used that microphone, between 2014 and early 2019, and then again in 2020, did you know that I went through, I'm just thinking right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, I went through 5 of those microphones. That's almost 1 per year. If you're burning through 1 microphone a year, either A, you're doing something wrong, or B, it's not a good quality item to begin with. And seeing that I've had this same microphone that I'm using Since early 2019, I use it vigorously, regularly, and reliably. Then that tells me that I'm not sitting here smashing this thing on the ground all the time, and those other microphones just weren't very good quality. And I gave up on it in 2020 because even while the nostalgic feeling of the original microphone was nice, I remember I was recording a segment, and it was like mid-2020. I said my piece, turned it off, and because it was very small, I put it down on the side table next to the computer. And it broke, just by putting it down on the table. I put it down gently, but I guess that was enough to jostle something internally, and that was that. It broke, and unusable after that. I ordered a replacement one. I paid $80 for the damn thing, because they don't make them anymore, so the supply is limited. I got it, I turned it on, and it broke immediately. And there was a third replacement, same thing. So, it's just, I understand that soft quality that it had is nice and all, but when it's just, at this point, all I could call it is literal junk, it's not going to make a return. I'm done wasting the money with that, and I've given up. So, that's why I just use what I use at this point. In terms of the live streaming question, I feel like I get this all the time. I feel like I answer this in every single show, and maybe it's just my perception, maybe it's not as frequent as that, and nothing wrong with that. People can ask whatever questions they want, so you're all good. But, I don't think I'll really do live streams again. I tried in the past, and sure, while there is some financial incentive from the extra profit earned from the super chats, I just haven't, because to me anyway, and this is different person to person, I'm not going to act like this is how it is for everyone. This is just how it is in my situation. It's very taxing and arduous on me, both physically and mentally. And I will feel worn out, exhausted, and quite frankly terrible, again, both physically and mentally, after doing the live streams. So when you analyze situations, I try to assess the benefits and the drawbacks, and in this case, one clearly outweighs the other. So, some people, they do the live streams all the time, it's what they like, the energy, they kind of harness it, and it makes them feel invigorated, if anything, but for me, it's just, it's not my thing. I tried, and it's just a bit much for me, but I could only speak for myself here, and that's just how it impacts me. So that's why I always say no to that. I mean, you never know going forward, but right now it's just where things stand. Finally, do you have long-term plans for this show and your main YouTube channel? Will you ever stop doing what you're currently doing? What would have to happen for you to drop the shows? Been interesting to see you from 11 years ago, and I'm interested in the next 11 years and beyond. Keep up the great work, from Sam. Thanks, Sam. Really, the same answer applies as what the one listener a while back asked about the future of things. I don't really know, but it is my intention to keep things going the way they are for as long as possible. So thank you there for your question. Comes in from Theo. I just listened to your Hurricane Ian podcast. Wanted to share a few thoughts I had in response. Hope this Letter doesn't come off as making a tragedy about myself either. I just thought I'd give my own perspective on a similar event I'd witnessed. In the end, I think we're always going to compare our situation with others and apply our own lived experience to our point of view. To interject, I agree. But the fact that you're even taking that into account... See, the folks that try to make everything about themselves, they don't even take that into account. So you're all good. You got nothing to worry about. And, anyway, let's get into your thoughts. So you're right. First and foremost, glad you're well, and your impact was relatively small. The same applies to my own family in Florida and South Carolina, thankfully. One relative said he was surprised by the volume of emergency vehicles that showed up to help victims in harder-hit areas of Florida, and that, in general, he felt that the state was responding well. Still, my heart goes out to those affected, and I wish the best for the community's recovery. I did have a similar experience a while ago that stirred up thoughts and feelings like the ones you described. A tornado struck my very small town in March of last year. While I was away from home that day, I followed the news coverage and was preparing for the worst. And I was seeing footage taken from the gas station less than a mile from my home, and was hearing that wood and brick houses were destroyed. Now, because I live in a mobile home, I fully expected not to have a home to go back to before the day was out. I was incredibly fortunate, but also very surprised to see that my home was left untouched, but that houses down the street, barely a minute's drive away, were obliterated. 5 people were killed. It was sobering, driving down the street, seeing the damage done to local landmarks that I pass every day. To my neighbors, it was surreal. Like you said, it really is remarkable how such a short distance can make a huge difference. And not just in terms of miles. A local church had its walls torn off by the winds, and yet, somehow, there was a table still standing in the middle of it all, with the keys left exactly where they'd been placed. Feels almost like a reminder of an uncaring universe, if you're inclined to think that way. Some buildings have been reconstructed, others were left as piles of debris. Over a year later, the impact is still very visible. Now, seeing the response, I can relate to the experience wherein natural disasters and other tragedies are brushed off with "they probably deserved it" or something similar by those who hate the entire state on principle. And this happens especially often with the southern states, with little to no regard for the diverse demographics of people that actually live here. Really speaks to people's lack of compassion to generalize an area in this way and forget that there are actual real human beings involved. I'm glad you still feel at home in Florida. I felt a stronger sense of community in Ohatchee, at least, after the tornado hit, but it was generally ignored by state government, and much of the organizing was based in smaller towns and communities. I'm far less attached to Alabama anyway. Maybe I should head to Florida too, or maybe Georgia, or someplace with a denser population and a better reputation. Who knows? Fact remains that there are good, caring people here and everywhere who did not deserve to be struck by such tragedy. You know this, of course. I'm just venting at this point. All of that aside, I wish for a smooth recovery for all victims of Ian, no matter the level of damage sustained. I wish you the best, too. Thank you, as always, for the entertainment and food for thought. Regards from Theo. So thank you, Theo, for your thoughts there, and I always have some interesting thoughts on things. So, you understand it, though, because, as I've mentioned before, meteorology, I'm no professional, but it still interests me. And obviously tropical weather is what I focus on the most, but I'll focus on tornado outbreaks, derechos, all those sorts of things too. And you're absolutely right. Like, some people that don't really know much about tornadoes, they think of them as happening solely out west. Like, they think of Nebraska and Oklahoma and Kansas and, like the Wizard of Oz and stuff. They don't realize that plenty of tornadoes, substantial, severe tornadoes, can happen in the South and in parts of the Midwest, Appalachia, etc. And they're really, as you obviously know, a yearly occurrence in Alabama. And tornadoes, as you also saw, are highly localized. So the devastation can be extremely concentrated, but in those areas where it's concentrated, it could be jaw-droppingly severe. And you get it. These are places that you go by every day. These are places that you see, that you know, that you are familiar with. And then to see them destroyed or severely damaged, it's like, but I was just here. And obviously you understand what happened, but it's still, it's that level of shock where you just can't help but think, but I was just here the other day, I just drove by here this morning and now it's destroyed. It's a sense of disbelief. You understand what happened, but it's still tough to process. And, yeah, it is crazy how sometimes it's just, I guess, the way it plays out. Like that church. Walls destroyed, but the table with the keys still standing there. Isn't that... It's crazy and kind of funny in a way how that is. But, yeah, it's a good point that you raise about how people are. And you see it. You see these people that just... They hate the way some of the states are, but that level of hatred blinds them, and they fail to realize, or they just don't care, because they're evil people, that there's people just like them, good folks, in those states too, but the hell with them, because they're in Alabama, or they're in Florida, or they're in Georgia, etc. Oh, they got what they deserved, etc. And it's like, how it is. You shake your head at these people, and you think, give me a break. But it just doesn't surprise me, when you see what you see, it sadly just isn't a surprise that there's so many people this way. But, it's just, you see the hypocrisy in it too sometimes, where I remember specifically, I never get involved in this stuff. I think it, but I keep my mouth shut with all this. But I was seeing this one guy, maybe it was on Twitter or something, who was saying, I think that the federal government should stop funding recovery efforts from hurricane impacts because they only hit states like Texas, Louisiana, the Gulf Coast of Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, or the Carolinas, or Georgia. And these are just states full of idiots who should know better. So they get what's coming to them. Why fund something to rebuild when another one's going to hit? I think that they should stop funding them and let these people learn the hard way. Now, obviously this is a person that's just blinded by political hatred. And they only hate these states purely because it's not, in line with their views, ignoring just how despicable what they're saying is. But I thought to myself, And like I said, I don't get involved with this stuff, but part of me was really tempted to just say, fine, then, and this person was out in California, and I thought, well, fine, but only if the federal government refuses to fund, assist, or get involved with in any capacity whatsoever rescue and recovery efforts from the wildfires that happen in California. If you'll agree to that, then I'll agree to what you propose, because, right, like you said, all those people in California that get the wildfires, they're too stupid to realize that this just happens every year. So, they're idiots for wanting to rebuild, and, yeah, it happens every year. They should have seen it coming. So, how about they learn the hard way too? Or better yet, there was a major earthquake back in 1906 in San Francisco that destroyed much of the city. Hey, if it happens again, don't expect any help from the government, because they should have learned their lesson. You should have read the history books, you should have learned. So, it's your fault for moving there, and don't expect any help for it. You got what's coming. Oh, they would... Could you imagine if you said that to them? They would say, you're heartless, you're brutal, you have no empathy. And then, the best part, these are the same people that then sit there and have the gall to say, where did the empathy go in today's world? Yeah, how about you start with yourself? Start examining yourself. Go look in the mirror and realize you're wondering what the problem is. You're looking at it. You're part of that problem. So, obviously I don't feel that way. The way I see the world is simple. My set of caveats: you try to treat others with kindness, respect, and dignity. Be an upstanding individual, but you have to be realistic as well and understand that the world is going to be packed full of people who aren't that way. So as a result, you need to make sure that you keep your guard up, you stand up for yourself as well, and not to just be oblivious and let people exploit those characteristics, which some inevitably will try to. So, you could still be a decent person and an upstanding individual. I'm sorry if I didn't say that right the first time. While still just being firm and keeping your guard up. And that's just about protecting yourself. And then with that, obviously my view comes down to trying to keep the world safe, trying to rid evil from the world, and I believe in harshly cracking down on those really bad people that are only making society worse. That's why, I kind of take the positions that I do when it comes down to, criminal justice and all that sort of stuff. Even if they're not the world's most popular positions, I just feel that way because these are kind of pipe dreams, but if the worst offenders were really held accountable for, their actions, and justice was swift, fair, and appropriate for the transgressions committed, it may serve as an adequate deterrent, and with all of these things, then society would gradually improve, and, things might get a bit safer, and etc., etc. But there's so many things that would need to come into place, and, to actually make the world a better place. It probably will never happen. But it's how I feel. You could feel a certain way, it doesn't mean that that's actually how it's ever going to be, but it is what it is, it's just my philosophy. But anyway, with every location, There are good people, and there are bad people, right? There are good people in California, there are bad people in California. There are good people in Alabama, there are bad people in Alabama. Simple as that. Every state, every locality, you name it, has good folks and bad folks. But the people who just sit there and make generalizations and try to just say, throw them all to the wayside, let them twist in the wind, those people are just unbelievably stupid. They're really, in my opinion, evil people. Very self-centered. And they're too stupid, or they're just so full of themselves that they will never admit their idiocy or the irony of it. And if you try to call it out and try to give them a taste of their own medicine, and like the example that I gave, obviously I was just giving an example there, just kind of turning it back around at them, they just won't get it. And they'll flip out at you, call you this, that, and the other thing. They're just describing themselves, really. And they'll try to justify it by saying, no, it's different, it's different. No, it's not different. You're lying to yourself if you think that it is. And then, the best part, and I'm just using this as an example, because I saw this got some traction online. That's why I'm just using it. And also, as you know, the tropical weather is a strong spot of mine, so there's just easy ways that I could refute this conclusively. Is that stupid idiot that said that? I bet the person didn't even realize that the Northeast can get hurricanes too. So what about them? Well, it's different, right? How is that different? How? There have been hurricanes that hit the Northeast too. Strong hurricanes. I mean, even in recent times, there was Hurricane Sandy, right? Folks in the city and down in New Jersey, you remember that, I'm sure you do. You remember all of the flooding from Hurricane Ida? The remnants of that? What that did to the Northeast? God, what a mess that was, wasn't it? And then you look, alright, those are recent times. How about we start focusing on the events that 100% happened, even if they're rarer? They've happened, and they will happen again. Maybe within our lifetime, maybe not, we'll see, but they're definitely going to happen at some point, where major hurricanes have directly hit the Northeast head-on. Like the 1938 New England hurricane. That made landfall in Long Island, New York, as a Category 3 hurricane. I guarantee that there's people out there that didn't realize hurricanes that strong can hit the Northeast. You think that stuff only is like a thing down in Florida or on the Gulf Coast? No, it can happen up there. And it's not a pretty sight when it does. It's rare, thankfully, but it does happen. And then, and granted, this is going way back, so that was in 1938. In 1635, there was the Great Colonial Hurricane of 1635 that hit, again, eastern Long Island, so around Montauk, and then it continued over the Long Island Sound, making landfall right around the Rhode Island, Connecticut border. That thing hit as a Category 4 hurricane. Rare, but it could happen. So if that happens again, which it will one day, then what about that? Would the person writing those statements feel the same way, taking that into account? Or is that different than the Gulf Coast? Probably try to make some BS excuse that it's different. But you know the truth. I know the truth. Hopefully any sensible individual does as well. And utterly rejects that idiocy and sees the problems with it. Like I said, you see the problems with it, I do, and I know that there are folks listening who do as well, and there needs to be more people that see that nonsense for what it is. Quite frankly, just nonsense. And inflammatory drivel, and just a reflection of really just societal degradation, in my opinion. So thank you for your email. Some good thoughts to end the show on, very thought-provoking. And that's all that I have for you here on tonight's broadcast of VORW International. Hope you enjoyed the show, and I hope you could tune in again soon. Likewise, if you have a radio, you're welcome to tune in on the shortwave. Remember, 4840 kilohertz to North America, 9670 kilohertz to Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and even parts of Africa, South and Southeast Asia. Until next time, that's all that I have for you. Be safe, be healthy, and I wish you all the very best. Take care. This is VORW.